Welcome to the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford, where the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is about to resume here under sunny skies. Is the first thing we always need to know at cricket, isn't it? That it's a glorious day. The live stream brought for you from Sunrisers with myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one today, and guests, Mark and the team bringing you the stream on the other side of the ground, which you can just see a glimpse of there at the corner of the pavilion, actually. Here we go with the players. Nearly ready to go to get us up and running on this one. As I said, first bit of news that you always need is the weather. And the weather is glorious for this bank holiday Monday, so fingers crossed, no interruptions at all. It's the driest county in the country, isn't it? Essex, so we should be in fine fettle there today. So a 10:30 start for this one. The Northern Diamonds have won the toss and will bat. Take you through the sides. We'll start with the hosts, Grace Scrivens, the skipper who lost the toss for the Sunrisers. Joe Gardner, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Maddie Villiers, Lissy McLeod, Flo Miller, Eva Gray, Amara Carr, the wicket-keeper, Sophie Monroe and Kate Kopak. As for the Diamonds, Emma Marlowe, Catherine Fraser, skipper, Holly Armitage, Thea Callis, Rebecca Duckworth, Beth Langston, Phoebe Turner, Abby Glenn, Maddie Ward, the wicket-keeper, Katie Levick and Rachel Slater. So yes, a 10:30 start here at Chelmsford. Our umpires for this one, Chris Watts and Jasmine Naeem. Alex Swan has had a couple of boxes along from me in our commentary position at, well, formerly the River End, now the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford. Our commentary position up atop the stand, which is where the umpires are emerging from their room at this very moment, down below us. So yes, a fun day ahead, hopefully, with the return of 50 over cricket here. The 100 is done, so it's back to some normality for the regional game. And of course, Essex will be one of the HQs next year for the women's game as well, with a little shake-up, renaming, rebranding all across the country for these competitions. But plenty to play for still this year. There's a lovely view. The umpires on their way out to the middle, the Hayes Close end. Well, the Hayes Close at the far end, I should say, which is now the Graham Gooch end. And the corporate boxes on the right-hand side, which is where the stream team are bringing you all the magic for this one. So, still one or two fielding drills taking place in the foreground. Players not quite ready just yet to head out to the middle. They'll have to be pretty swift because the umpires are out there. There's the announcement of the umpires to the middle for this one. Let me tell you about the table. For the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the Southern Vipers are top, a spot above the Northern Diamonds by 2 points, 7 wins and 2 defeats for the pair, 1 no result each. South East Stars are sitting third with 27 points, then the Sunrisers on 25, Blaze 19, Lancashire Thunder with 16, Western Storm 14 and propping up the Central Sparks with 11. So there we go, we're nearly ready to greet the players onto the field. The umpires are in the middle. I'm wondering, are we lining up for a moment's pause before the start of this match or something? The umpire checking his clock, I think, as if to see what's going on himself. You'd have thought the umpires would be on the sidelines as well if there was an expected delay for this one, but we're due to be underway within 30 seconds or so. The team, I can tell you, are in a huddle at the moment. So Sunrisers are nearly ready to go. The 2 batters are leaning on their bats. And we'll be up and running momentarily, but there is some sort of pause for some reason, which it happens, doesn't it? Every now and again there's some sort of anomaly or some sort of mix-up or some sort of something, which just delays matters. I'm not sure that the umpires are overly impressed by the timekeeping here, though, but here we go. The players are bursting onto the field, and the new ball will be in hand momentarily, and the game, excuse me, will be underway. So a big one this, at the top of the table, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Charlotte Edwards Cup. So Northern Diamonds finished at a couple of places above Sunrisers, neither were in the running at the top in the end. Blaze and South East Stars ripping through there. However, it's a very different matter for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So it's going to be Emma Marlowe and Catherine Fraser out to open up. And hopping away there, Kate Kopak for Sunrisers. Down below us at the So Alistair Cookend, he may just have picked up on the effects mic as well. Renamed now. I guess it'll always be the River End for so many of us for the amount of times that the ball was plonked in that river. But if there were two names to rename, Sir Graham Gooch and the Sir Alistair Cook, certainly fitting here at Essex. So we'll have two slips in place to begin with. Full Copac, see what movement there is for the two new balls at either end. Or the new ball at either, a new ball at either end, I should say. Not two new balls at either end. One at each. Two slips, a gully, there's a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep backward square, here's Copac. Oh, now, leg side. No wide signalled. Oh, there is a wide signal by umpire Watt as well. Everything's in slow motion this morning. The umpire eventually raises his arms. There was an appeal for caught behind, so the suggestion was that there was a noise from Copac, hoping to get away with the ball down the leg side. She's got a smile on her face at least, so it's a bright start for everybody, and most crucially the weather, as we said. But maybe the bat's clipping the pad just offered the noise, which brought the appeal. Let's drop for a quick single. Marlowe off the mark. Two without loss. And the opening over here. Fraser taking Gardner, the right-hander. Same field with two slips behind. We watch closely for any movement through the air this morning, or indeed off the seam. It's a green surface. It's on the spot from Copac. That's where she wants to keep that ball top of off. Don't need to do anything else with it at this stage, really. In particular, these balls, these white limited over balls in this country, they'll have a little bit of life in them for the first 5 to 10 overs. Perhaps 5 overs each. By the end of the 10th over, it's pretty much done. Whatever movement off the surface in particular, whatever hardness there. Crucial to hit that spot. Down the leg side again, though, on this occasion. For Copac, just straying slightly. Slight breeze blowing across the ground, coming into our commentary box. I won't be complaining about that later. It can be one of the hottest commentary boxes in the country, this one here. The sun comes around in front of us. Over the top of the haze close end there, beams into our commentary box. It's leg side again, onto the pads. Be a leg by on this occasion, so not a wide at least for Copac, but just a kick at the dirt as she walks back to the top of her mark, frustrated with another one onto the legs. But does get away with it in that it is not a wide. Nice looking stroke for Marlowe. Just check the shot. Could have been through it too early there. Just waiting on it in the end. Strokes it down to Joe Gardner. Fielding at mid-off. In fact, my apologies. That really is at mid-off. Scrivens. I'll go through every name and get the one that's in my head in a moment. I thought it was Gardner at first. See, Gardner's at mid-on. Scrivens at mid-off. Oh, wrapping on the pads, just a little bit of bounce on that one, up onto the hip, falls away into the onside. And there's Villiers coming in at mid-wicket. They weren't far away, the three of them. Just managed to get the order completely wrong for each. But yeah, a bit of a greenish tinge to this one. Which, first thing this morning, Sunrisers will hope aid their cause. That's stroked nicely. Just waiting on that one. Drive had to be checked earlier in the over. On this occasion, stroking through the line into the cover. Sweeper setback. One on either side in the power play. And a single to end the over. got out of it to some extent. 5 without loss. Just the 2 singles, but with the 2 wides, that could have been a lot more expensive. And that one leg by, that could easily have slipped down for another wide as well. So 7 ball over to begin, but just the 5 runs off it. There's Cordelia Griffith in the foreground. That's going to be Eva Gray, former South East star. Up at Graham Gooch end having a natter with Grace Scrivens. Skiddy bowler, good pace, good in the outfield as well, gets around quickly, strong arm. Taken some wonderful catches over the years I've seen as well. Right on the spot. Where she wants to be, where she wants to keep it. Good start. Good marker laid down. Just the dot balls to begin with. So Marlowe 2 from 5. Fraction short on that occasion. Just allowed Marlowe to rock back. She's almost pulled out for the top of off, but it was the length of it. It did drag down slightly by Gray. Just a single. Sweeper at deep square. Coming around. That's up there, just giving a little bit more of a chance. A little bit of shape out of the hand on that one from Gray. Take a single down to deep third. Showing a mind of that though. Just left Fraser stretching for it slightly. First run for Fraser. But yeah, out of the hand on that one for Gray. It was just a little hint of swing. Down to a slip, bringing in an extra cover now. Cordelia Griffith at extra cover, so just the one slip in place. Oh, that's given a little bit more width. In fact, it was swing out of the hand again from Gray. Just changed the line early, changed the direction. Marlowe perhaps seeing that early away swing, looking to drive at it, but the length wasn't there. It was a lovely length from Gray, and that's what did for Marlowe on that occasion. Good bounce, good carry through to the keeper as well. Right up there on this one. Just going that little bit fuller onto the off stump. Eased away by Marlowe. Probably could have left that one, but early in the piece. Just looking for bat on ball, really. Get the feel of it. It's a long day ahead. A return to 50 over cricket. All the crash bang wallop of the Charlotte Edwards in the 100. Right up there from Gray on this occasion. That's a good ball. I think there or thereabouts. You're going to be in the game more. You're really asking the batters to do a lot off that line and that length. A little bit of shape. Good over from Gray. Just a couple of singles off it. 7 without loss after 2. So yes, plenty of action around the country today. Keep you up to date with all the scores from elsewhere as well. Southern Vipers taking on the Blaze for 7 without loss. South East Stars hosting Langston Thunder, who are 11 without loss in third. Third of the innings here. Kopak offering a little bit of width there. Slides through outside the off stump. 2 slips in place still for Kopak to Fraser. Did I mention the Central Sparks there? 12 without loss at the Western Storm. So on 4 games in action today. That's tickled fine. Fine with a long leg, a slide, a slip, and it's just rolled along the rope. Agonisingly there. Frustratingly. Valiant attempt. Out at deep square, coming around deep, well, long leg really. It's a lot of ground to cover out there. Kopak just straying in line slightly again. First boundary of the innings. There's the slip, the slide. That's nice, right up there on that occasion from Kopak better. Only hints of movement at the moment through the air, not so much off the green tinged Chelmsford surface. Used wicket as it is here. Off some spin later as well, with that bit of grass is there to hold it together on the top. That's nice again. A little bit of an angle in towards the stumps on that. They've done well to run the single there actually. Just wide of Gardner at mid-on. Villiers coming around from mid-wicket. Eased away. There was a little bit of width on that, but tentative again from Monroe, watchful. Nothing wrong with that at this stage. Build the innings, lay the foundation. Far more to be lost at 11 o'clock, of course. At 10:30, I should say. We're into that time of season now, aren't we? Men's game as well. We'll be heading towards 10:30 starts for September next week. Nicely bowled. Eased back on a dot ball. 12 without loss. After 3. Marks a good start. 4 diamonds here. Natter between these two, no real alarm bells just yet. 1 or 2 going past the edges of drives. Probably drawn into something not quite there. Gray to continue. Gray and Gooch end. Very good length. Top of middle and off that. Looks as though it might have just straightened slightly from Gray as well. Sharp work in the infield from Sunrise's car up to the stumps quickly. But yeah, it looks as though it might have just straightened. It was a good line, good length. Good line once it had straightened. The length was perfect. Fraser had to be very respectful of that one. And once again, a little bit fuller on that occasion, but perfectly onto that off stump from Gray. Very good start this from Gray. Just 2 off her first 8 deliveries, 2 singles. Metronomic start. Still just the 1 slip in place. See a little bit of shape out of the hand there again. Not hooping through just yet though, but it's keeping Diamonds and Fraser in check. 19 years of age now. Catherine Fraser. 6 women's ODIs. 37 T20 internationals for Scotland. High score is 74 in the ODIs and 14 in the T20s. Gets that one away. It's dropping a little bit short. Not too short though, it has to be said, Gray. But Fraser detecting a fraction back on the length. Onto that one very quickly. Just a single. Last game for Diamonds indeed was against Sunrisers at York. Tenth of July. Nice little push into the offside. Just a dot ball though, picking out cover. Nice stroke from Marlowe, but yeah, that game in July, 10th of July at York. Diamonds won by 4 wickets. Sunrisers skittled for 109. Fraser did not bad in that one. Marlowe made 10. Lauren Winfield Hill opening, making 11. 33 for Holly Armitage. And top scorer in Erin Burns with 35. Right up there on this one from Gray. Just allowed Marlowe to close that face. A little bit too straight as well. Uses a couple out to deep mid-wicket. End of the 4th. Gray going for 5 off her first 2 overs. Just be disappointed with that one at the end. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Lost the line slightly. Chad in the foreground there for Scrivens. We're having a chat with her. And Sunrisers working it out here at Chelmsford. That really is a lovely view of the far side of the ground. Sunlight hitting those flats to the left of the Hayes Close. Fraser on strike once more. Got back on the spot. Probably hit halfway up middle. A little inside out from Fraser into the offside, but again, just getting the feel of it. Yeah, played in 4 ODIs for Scotland since her last Diamonds appearance. Fraser hit 74 not out against Papua New Guinea women. Match played in Utrecht. Hit 8 against New Zealand. In fact, Netherlands women, my apologies, Netherlands women. Amstelveen 18 against Papua New Guinea in the second match against them, and 39 in the second match against the Netherlands. A little bit straighter, just a hint of in-swing on that from Kopak, which I think actually brought that bat face closing from Fraser into the onside. As the bat came down, followed that little bit of movement. Leg side again, just be a leg by, scurry away for a single, or a leg by to be taken. Yeah, big move up the order this for Fraser. Didn't bat in that match at York, and he didn't bowl in that one either. Last 4. Oh, that's up there for Marlowe. Sweeper setbacks, it'll just be a single. Felt nice out of the middle of the bat. First one she's really been able to get some good contact with. But yeah, the last 4 Charlotte Edwards matches, excuse me, for Diamonds. 4 didn't bat, 4 not out at Chesterley Street against Thunder, and 1 not out against the Sparks at Scarborough before the game at York against Sunrisers. But up she goes alongside Marlowe. Oh, that's edged. It'll be 4 down to the vacant deep third. Stretching a long way for that one, Fraser. She's into double figures. Into the 5th over. And 11 without loss. Real reach for that. Outside of off. First boundary. A second boundary, sorry, for Fraser. Marlowe's yet to get on the boundary count. She'll have strike now, Emma Marlowe. 6 from 14, 20 years of age. From Harrogate. And under 19 international. Trent Rocket as well. Her last game was 14th of July at Lincoln against the Blaze. 23 she managed in that one. 10 against Sunrise, as we mentioned, at York. 12 against Storm at Cheltenham. 55 against Sparks at Scarborough. Bit of a barren run in the T20. It's full and onto the pads from Gray. He'll just tickle a single leg by. Umpire raise her leg now and tap away. Yeah, the Charlotte Edwards finished with scores of 5, 1 not out, 1, 2, 9, 4. These last 6 matches, so a little bit of work to do in the T20, but having a better time of it in the longer format. Marlowe. Oh, Gray. Now, that's best of the day so far. That little bit of away movement, beating the edge of Fraser's bat. Very nice from Eva Gray. Perfect line and length. And that little bit of movement to beat the edge of that glorious delivery. Nice again, onto the spot. Fraser nearly in danger there of bringing the bat down from gully to mid-on. This came down a bit of an angle. Again, that swing will have caused that slight adjustment of the bat in the hand. Very good from Gray. Once more though, Scrivens will be delighted. 15 deliveries, just 5 runs conceded. Really good capture from South East Stars, Gray was. That one's short down the leg side. Wondered to hear a little noise on that. The umpire raises her hand, signals the wide. Maybe it was just the ball hitting the glove. It seemed as though there was a slight noise in that one, but yeah, maybe just deceived up here. Not difficult, to be fair. That's nice from Gray. She's really not allowing anything at all from Diamonds here. Anything to get after. Asking all the questions, doing all the right things. Patient start in the power play. 24 years of age now, Eva Gray. May 24th, her birthday. That's leg side again. And Fraser rocking back, gets it away fine. She's done well there. Really well. Just working that one around the corner. Pivots in the crease. Dragging it fine, the fielder. Sweeper set back. Gray just straying towards the end of her 3rd over. For the first time, really. South East Star previously, of course, but also Oval Invincibles and London Spirit. 27 matches in the 100 for Eva Gray. Oh, pace off outside the off stump. Just giving a little bit of a tempter to Fraser on that one, and tempted she was, but ball beats the edge of the bat. Through it goes to the keeper. Top ball to finish. 5 against the bowler in the over, but 6 in total with the leg by. So 10 off her 3 for Gray. It's a solid start still. 27 without loss. And she's played 27 100 matches. And has picked up 22 wickets at an average of 18. the Kia Super League in 2018 with Surrey Stars before the change of branding and naming to the current regional format that we have. We'll go back to the county branding next year. Chelmsford here will be an HQ for Essex. A bit of bounce there for Kopak. It's lifted slightly on Marlowe. Now, senior stateswoman, turning 30 in a couple of days, on August 30th indeed. A little width on that, eased into the offside. It may well have been a wide, and Fraser have left it alone, but she went with the width, and I think she does rather hang her head backwards now. Knowing that if she'd have left it alone, it would have been another delivery to face, and another run notched up on the scoreboard. But yes, Kopak. Cheshire women, born in Chester, also played for Welsh Fire. Ooh, sends that one down the leg side. Good take from Carr on the move. Last game for Kopak was 14th of July against South East Stars at Beckenham. Number 12, 5 with the bat. Picked up 3 for 35 in that match on July 10th at York against Diamonds. Good figures in that one, but defeat in the end for Sunrisers. It's up there, nicely played by Fraser. Just watchful again, a little stroke into the onside. Eva Gray's bowled herself into a bit of form in the 100 at the moment. It's been a wait for Kopak, like so many around the country, while the women's game pauses for the 100. Inside edge. Appeal from somewhere behind the stumps. There was 2 noises. Umpire, I thought he was going to signal a leg by for a moment, umpire was, but no, it was very much an inside edge onto the pad, onto the front of the pad. Still kept its pace away. See the line of it probably missing leg stump anyway, but it certainly sounded like 2 noises there. Whether the bat clipped the pad on the way through, maybe. Ooh, well. I think there was a moment there that Marlowe thought about opening up to that one. The front pad, the front leg lifted, as if she was ready to plant it, but in the end she kind of just dropped it back down and dropped the bat with it, just stroked away into the onside, but it was almost as though her eyes lit up to that one. Front foot just up in the air and ready to slam it forward and slam it into position, or indeed clear it out of the way, I guess. May well have been on the mind. Dead batted away though. Oh, it's beautifully played. Exquisite bit of time in there in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Gardner giving chase. There's Villiers for company, but picks herself up. Gets the throw in. Strong arm of Gardner. So end of the over. It was a really lovely shot though. It's the timing. The placement as well in between the two. Gardner always going to catch it up. A couple to end the over. 5 off it with the wide. Number 19 off her 4 now for Kopak. And 7 done for Diamonds. They're 32 without loss. Plenty of encouragement from the field. Come on, Eva. Probably feel they need a breakthrough here from their gun bowler Gray. Leg side on that one. Just sliding down. Plenty of encouragement from the field for Gray. I think they'll know this is a big over. Fourth. May well continue through, but the overs will be held back. I think at the moment with her economy and the form and the rhythm she's in from the 100. And played some competitive cricket in the last month. Be advised to probably keep her going. Really nice. Excellent channel from Gray. It's placed onto the spot, leaving Diamonds with everything to do. They've got to make the running on this one. Oh, that wraps onto the pads, but again high and down the leg side from Gray. Bounce on that though, a little bit more pace maybe as well. Starting very much leg stump. Fraser. So not getting herself across into a position to be trapped LBW at the moment. Good position to play that one as well. A little bit of a gate. Imagine how leg side she is. Fraser. Gray will be aware of that. Keep it on or around that off stump and only a little deviation. Front pad. And the bat not quite together. A little bit of a way swing and all of a sudden the stretch of the bat following the ball away from the body. Similarly with the gate and a little bit of in swing. Be a trouble. There we go, a little bit of swing on that as well, stretching for it slightly, gets through, point, they'll get a single. Out to the boundary, it's an excellent arm, coming in from the ropes. Swept up well, so just a single to end the over. Avoids the maiden for Diamonds. Great, none for 11 from her 4 now. Without loss after 8. Little meeting of the minds out there in the middle at the moment. Slight discussion as to what to do. Here's Sophie Monroe, first change, just did the piece of fielding, sweeping up out on the boundary. Monroe on now to bowl, placing Kopak. Figures. None for 19 from her 4, none for 11, great. So Monroe it is. Oh, swing. Straight away from Monroe. May have even seemed as well, that one, looking at it. I don't know if there was a little bit of late swing. It looks like it swung out of the hand, but did it just swing before pitching as well, which really changed the line of it, or was that seam off the surface? Look again. Yeah, maybe just a little bit of late swing. Keep an eye on it though. That's first ball for Monroe. It's probably done the most of the day so far. That won't do too much on that length. Up in the air it goes. Pulled hard over mid-wicket. Fraser's into the 20s. 37 without loss. I think that first ball was just a little wide. Maybe he was just trying to put a little straighter there, but dragged it down. Sue doing the fielding on the sidelines for Sunrisers. There you go. That's where she wants it. Pretty much just outside off. A little bit of movement that we've seen already could create chaos. We can keep the ball there towards the end of power play 1. 22 years of age now, Sophie Monroe. Ooh. I think that was made on the full, but toe end of the bat, so it's only eased into the offside by Fraser's drive. Yeah, Nottinghamshire women, Sophie Monroe. Trent Rockets, London Spirit. Indeed, her birthday's only a couple of days away, August 31st, she'll be 23. 1,700 matches, 6 wickets at 39. Offered up outside, off again away swing. Interesting phrase, there's no deep thirds, so only a slip in place. You'd wonder whether Sunrisers might be advised here. It's quite a wide slip as well there, Cordelia Griffith. They'd be advised either the deep third or to attack. Bring in a gully, there's a backward point. Deep cover and deep backward square are the two back. Length wasn't there for Fraser on that. Width still from Monroe, but just dragging the length back slightly. Fraser watchful of it, not wanting to go too hard. I've been seeing that away movement. 4 off the over, just that one ball that she banged in short, dragged down Monroe. A little bit of a loosener perhaps. Fraser moving to 21. Marlowe will have the strike on 9. Some diamonds after 9 overs, 37 without loss. Back to Gray against Marlowe, 9 from 18. Or should we try and break the shackles in this over? The last of the power play could bring a chance maybe for Gray and the Sunrisers. Leg side to begin. That'll help. 4 diamonds, just put a little bit of pressure onto the bowler. Looking to get it right immediately. Next ball. Marlowe will be ready to latch onto anything. Offline in this 10th over. Slip crouching down, still the deep third now and deep backward square leg. As that's cut through, points. Deep third won't move for that. Did just have a look to see if points was going to be back and sweeping, but down to deep third. I guess looking for any swing of the bat against Gray's consistent line and length, but of course Murphy's Law moved down to deep third. First ball of the over wide down the leg side, the next one overcompensated, just too much width on that, allowing that cut. That is beautifully timed again. Marlowe gets that one away for a boundary. We saw one like that of Kopak, dropping a fraction short and on the back foot, working it through the onside. Little punch off the back foot through straight mid-wicket. Times that beautifully for 4. Really sweet bit of timing. On this occasion it was fine at the straight mid-wicket. She got it through mid-wicket and mid-on. The Kopak over for a couple. 49 without loss. 46, sorry, without loss. So there is that start to the over, the wide 2 boundaries. The run rate all of a sudden up towards 5. Now, I think there's an inside edge on that. Leg side anyway, looking at it from front on. Marlowe looking for the clip into the onside. There was 2 noises or not, I think missing. He's batting a long way outside leg. Yeah, missing leg by a long way, regardless of any noises. 46 without loss. Good come back there from Gray, but there's intent here from Marlowe. There it is again, just gets it away. It'll only be a single. Mid-wicket coming around is Villiers. Absolutely hammers that throw into the gloves of Carr. That's right up there once more. A little bit of in-swing on that one from Gray. In the air and gone. Backward point takes the catch. And Sunrisers have the breakthrough. The final ball of power play 1. Jodie Grewcock holding on at backward point. 47 for 1 after 10. It's a little bit of width from Gray on that, but you knew that it was the intention to try and get on with it. Fraser, 21. Caught Grewcock, bowled Gray. 38 ball innings, 41 minutes. Very useful start, 4 fours. All of a sudden was catching her up with the strike rate. Just come good in this over. But Fraser was the one who was getting it going to begin. Makes a good power play, I think, for Diamonds. They'll be pretty happy with that. 10 overs, 47 for 1. Bit of a greenish tinge out there. Gray, Coppack, Monroe, dangerous trio they've been up against so far in this power play. It could easily go wrong. You could lose the game far quicker sometimes in a power play than you can win it. Lee Armitage it is that comes in at 3. So a welcome breakthrough for Sunrise. As you can see, they were looking to get on with it there. It was an over that cost Gray 10, but 1 for 21 off her 5. Far from rough reading for Sunrisers that had taken that. What can Monroe come up with now? It'll be Marlowe on strike at the start of the new over. Slip and a gully in place, which I think advisable after the movement in that last over from Monroe. Often protecting the good ball when you put in a deep third, but at the moment, be on the attack. Another wicket now, and all of a sudden Sunrisers will feel pretty good about life. Cordelia Griffith is just out of your shot. I'll just be able to see a shadow there creeping in. Gully crouched down. A little bit of width on that, short as well from Marlowe and cut away. So Holly Armitage comes on to strike. From Huddersfield, 27 years of age. Yorkshire women. England women. Played that one T20 international. And happily leaving that one alone, first ball. Yeah, played that one T20 international against New Zealand women. Oh, it's right up there. Cry of catch. I think it was a bump ball, wasn't it? Somebody in the field was fooled by it. Good piece of fielding in there. Picking herself up, Eva Gray. Pat on the back for her trouble. Yeah, bump ball. Excellent piece of fielding, especially with that matting down, protecting the track. In that cover position. Oh, that bobbles around. Pinballs off the inside edge. It was back up onto the glove, I think. Down into the ground, back up onto the glove, down into the pad. Could have gone anywhere. We go down, up, down, left, right. Armitage survives. 2,600 matches for Holly Armitage. 5 in the Big Bash League as well, down under. Gets that one through, but sweeper set back, just a single. Yeah, high score of 46, 140, 24 in the Big Bash. One from four from our first look at this one. 49 for one after 11, the Diamonds. Flicking back through Armitage's 100 campaign with the Northern Superchargers. Managed 22 against the originals, 0, 9 and 5 in her last 3 innings though. And prior to that, 14, 9 and 2, so didn't quite come off this year. 101 unbeaten at Cheltenham against Storm. Back on the 7th of July, scored 33 against Sunrisers in that victory at York, and then just the 5 at Lincoln against the Blaze. For the break for the 100. First bit of spin into the attack, Eva Gray's done with her 1 for 21. Here's Maddie Villiers with some off break. Beautiful bit of flight. First ball, that was lovely. Right onto the spot. Can be so tight and economical. From the first ball, Villiers plants the ball on the perfect line and length that she'll want. Leave it there, and there's not far to go for the Diamonds. Just strays a little too straight there. Allows Armsy to close the face for a single. 50 up for Diamonds in the toss here at Chelmsford in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 50 for 1 in the 12th. It's a solid start, it's a good foundation. Sunrisers will just look at that run rate. They want to try and get it down here with Villiers. Can she go at 3s through this little passage? Oh, gave that one a little bit of a rip, I fancy. It's a little short though, outside off, and a single for Marlowe. Gentle breeze, just being picked up on our effects mic. You might be able to hear at home. Not quite the gusts of Storm Lillian that hit the country over the weekend. Oh, opening up to that one. Armitage didn't particularly turn. She gets that one through, goes all the way for 4. Well, she's timed that well. Monroe, the sweeper out there. He's backed away, gave herself the room, opened up. Had that have gripped it all, could have been interesting. That one's a little bit closer, too close. Again, if that could have gripped, it would have been real trouble for Armitage. Respectfully eased away. Oh, wow. Looked for all the world as though it was going to be a full bung of that, but Armitage has judged it well, just waited and waited and waited and dug it out of the block hole in the end. So often you get a dipping delivery like that and you play all over the top of it, but Armitage, quite rightly, resisting the temptation, easing it back. So 6 off the over to begin for Villiers. 55 for 1 after 12. The Diamonds. Monroe to continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end here. That's nicely done. Just a single, a little bit of width, watchfully eased away. Of course, you can tick along at 6 and over. With a runner ball, just ease the singles around. Respect the good balls, occasionally see the bad ball and put it away. As we all know, bad balls bring wickets though. .57 for 1 in the 13th. Couple
Rachael just served up outside off. Perhaps hasn't quite tightened up to the off stump just yet, Monroe, as she'd like. If she does, then that movement that we saw early on for her, well, that movement might drop away now because the ball is getting that little bit older. Only do a bit at the top, the white balls. It's nice, onto the spot once more. That's where she wants to leave it. See that bit of swing to begin with for Monroe. Almost a question on one of them is whether it had seemed it moved quite a lot. It might have just been the late swing adjusting the line before pitching. Nice again. No movement on that one. Gun barrel straight. Marlowe perhaps wary of that little bit of away movement that Monroe's found so far. Front foot didn't particularly go across there, playing a long way away from the body. It's a danger if there is any movement. But white ball cricket, as we say, once it's past that 10 overs, the ball starts to do a lot less. Fraction 2 straight, only just. Turn 2, deep square coming around. Womble's come for third, going along at just over 3 and over. Can she get out of this one with the dot ball? That's what Sunrisers will want to do. Really come on for Diamonds just yet. Sunrisers haven't given them much to go after though, equally. Oh, that gets away. Leg side, it'll be 4 runs. There was bat involved, just waiting on the umpire for a moment. Whether it was a little bit of pad, a little bit of bat, maybe been a little bit of both, but away it goes. Fine of wide of Carr, fine of long leg, who's quite wide down there. So boundary to end the over, none for 14 off 3 for Monroe, couldn't get out of the over. 63 for 1. Marlowe now starting to motor. 27 off 30, a good strike rate for her. That's what's affecting that run rate at the bottom, 4.85. Armitage 7 from 10. Can Sunrisers get her early? Villiers again prides herself on her economy. How will she go? Lots of loop, lots of flight on that one. Not a bad option actually from Villiers. It's been hard to get it away at the moment. You really want to force it against the loop, don't send in a flat one. There we go, forcing hard. It's a thickish edge. Gets away in front of backward point and gets away for 4. Sweeper at cover point coming around. It races away off the edge. Grewcock turning to give chase, took the catch to dismiss. Marlowe's opening partner, Fraser. Armitage a little tickle into the onside, fielded by Gray, who took the wicket. Sunrisers would love another one to add to this now. Well, that's short, and it's dollied up, and Gray takes the catch. Well, what did we just say a moment or so ago about bad balls taking wickets? Villiers dragged that one down. Armitage's eyes lit up, eyeing the boundary at mid-wicket, but she's pulled it straight to Gray, and in the end, it nearly, such a miss-hit as it was, it nearly dropped short of Gray. A fine diving catch getting forward to it. Had to really get her fingers down and underneath that one. Full stretch going forward. She's done very, very well, Gray, to take that catch. And Armitage, a big wicket for Sunrisers. And Villiers, we found the edge earlier in the over, raced away, a thickish edge albeit. Picks up the wicket in the end. 67 for 2 in the 14th Diamonds. Partnership worth just 20, 47 for 1, the fall of the first wicket when Fraser departed in the 10th. Last ball of the 10th it was, so just a 3.4 overweight. For the second, here's Callis. Bit of a gimme for Villiers. Take that though, how often's a good ball. Find an edge and race away for runs. As a bowler you're allowed. So pick one up with a bit of a long hop as it was. No long hop there, it's flighted beautifully by Villiers. Callis. 24 years of age now, another one, August 30th. August 30th. Quite the birthday week this week. 31st as well. Copac was it? End of the over, 14 bowls, 67 for 2, the wicket of Armitage. Pulling the ball to Gray, good catch at mid-wicket. Villiers 1 for 10 now for her 2. Born in The Hague, Callis is the replay of the wicket in the meantime of Armitage. Oh, complete miscue, missed time. Thank you very much. So Marlowe 27 from 30 still there. Sun's just gone in for a moment, temperature's dipped. To say, greyer clouds rolled overhead. I'm going to check that weather forecast for today. I thought we were okay. It's just got the feel of it as though could be a shower in the vicinity. Here's Jodie Grucock, going to have spin at both ends. Marlowe awaits, Callis yet to face, facing 1, sorry, facing 2 indeed. Multitasking, which you can clearly tell I'm not good at as I look up the weather app. We should be okay today. Leg side from Grucock to begin, wide signalled. Yeah, high of 23 today. 0% chance of rain all day. That gets through, nicely done. Just set up a little bit outside off. Marlowe picks up a couple. Oh, Callis had to be sharp about the second coming back. A little bit of width from Grucock. He's working out a wrist spin at the moment. Always difficult a challenge for a wrist spinner. Landing the first few. Single taken brings Callis onto strike, so he'll turn 25 on August 30th. Hague, 5 one-day internationals, 38 T20 internationals, top score of 126, unbeaten in T20 internationals. Oh, that's nice from Grucock. Googly turning back into the gloves of Carr, but starting wide enough that Callis didn't need to worry about it. Lots of flight on that one, very nearly a full toss outside of the off stump. Waiting on it though, Callis just allowing the ball to drop down. And drop the bat down on top of it, trap it down on top of it and get the single away out to cover. Average of 36 in T20 internationals, 21 in ODIs, 150. Top score of 54 in one-day internationals. Solid defence on that one. Yeah, 150 in, 1 century in 750s. 38 innings in T20 internationals for Netherlands. That's nice from Grucock. That's the spot where she'll want that googly. Playing with the spin, Marlowe will take the single. Into the 15th, just 6 off the over. Wide, really the costly part from Grucock there. 73 for 2. Birmingham Phoenix women for Callis, Northern Supercharger as well. 1,400 matches, top score of 55, average of 28. Scored that 55 against Fire at Cardiff on the 10th of August. 47 in the very next innings at Birmingham against the Rockets. Nice from Villiers. Marlowe watchful. Also managed an unbeaten 48 against Rockets at Nottingham on the 31st of July. Ooh, a little late cut, but nothing coming a bit there. Last innings actually was for Netherlands against Scotland. Women scored 20 at Amstelveen in that match. We were going through a few moments ago with Fraser playing as well. Right up there from Villiers. Toe-ended down to mid-arm. And it was the third match of the tri-series that Callis played. It's nice he steered away, just the single. Three coming in on it, over the side. Two to come of the over from Villiers. Oh, that's lovely. That's the best of the lot so far. Beautiful bit of flight. It's past the edge of the bat. It was all about the flight, the line and length, that one from Villiers. One to come of her third. Not a couple of crackers so far. Top ball to end the over. Good one. Just the one single taken off it. And 74 for 2 after 16. So Marlowe on 32, holding it together for Northern Diamonds at the moment. And spin at both ends for Sunrisers. Grucott's continue just down below us at the Sir Alistair Cook ends. Just dragged down a couple in the last over. Grucott, but crucially, took that first catch. Nice bit of flight on that one, and dot ball it is. 74 for 2, start of the 16th. Apologies, 17th over. That's leg side. Just slides away down the leg side. Umpire signalling without any doubt on that. A quick single. That's well run. Just pushes it into the gap in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Sharp at mid-on as well. Kopak in there, just getting the throw in. It was very well placed single, putting the pressure on the fielder. Callis on to strike again against Grucock. Oh, just slides that one down the leg side again with the Googly's been pretty good so far from Grucock. Just letting a couple slip out though. Stroke for a single into the offside. Backward point and point. Two in close, catching on that offside. And preventing the single, of course, as well, but just adding a little bit of width. It was scooped up away. There's a deep point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and deep backward square for Grucock. And the googly, most prevalent for the wrist spinner. Just drops a fraction short on that one though, and that's where the cover is out on the, well, the sweeper is out on the cover boundary. Single more, on to come of the over. Just building again here, this partnership now, but Marlowe very much key, but Callis a danger, of course. The Netherlands international, as we were just going through that recent run of form for her. Nicely put on the spot again. That's well played though. Just backing away, getting the single. Not out is the call. Cordelia Griffiths sharp in the field, in the covers there. Can't get around in front of the stumps to whip away. So single to end the over. We'll see the replay of it. There was no real hesitation. That bat had to be grounded. It was tight. It was tight, probably a little tighter than I realised actually, but I think tight enough that the batter gets the benefit. 17 bowled here, 80 for 2. You're watching the live stream from Sunrisers Diamonds, the visitors to Chelmsford. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Danny Warren's sat down alongside me. Danny, good to see you. It's been a long while.
It has, Kevin.
Too
good
long.
to see you. I know the break for the 100 almost feels like we play another second season when we come back in August, September. So yeah, I've had a week of trying to remember if I did something in July or if I needed to do it this week, was basically the way it's gone. But yeah, it's great to be back in action here. Sun shining at Chelmsford.
Phillies continuing. Nicely flighted ball. I did see at a Middlesex game, I think it was a Middlesex. I saw you somewhere anyway recently, but didn't manage to get a chance to say hello. Maybe an outground. Was it Radlett maybe? Or
yeah, probably popped up there. Saw how. Yeah, it's funny. August there's so much cricket going on, isn't there?
Oh, it's dug out with an inside edge. Eyes opening up a little bit there. Callis with the flight from Villiers. Single taken.
Yeah, so it's trying to think back to the last block we played that finished in the middle of July, and here we are, blink, and all of a sudden we're at the bank holiday Monday in August, sitting at Chelmsford. It feels like it's wash and repeat, isn't it? We've had the Seamers come on, Bill Pressure, and now we've got Jodie Grucock and Maddie Villiers doing their jobs out here.
Oh, chipped up. Gray with a dolly again at mid-wickets. It was a dolly before to get Armitage. It is as well, this one for Marlowe. She can't believe it as she drags herself off through the shot so early. It had been the story of the day so far. Just be careful on this one. The ball, it's stopping, but it's not the quickest of pitches. You have to be careful. And where Gray had to dive forward to take the last dolly, this one loops up to her. It's a comfortable catch. Just stands there and waits. And the greatest danger on this one was it was almost too easy. We've seen that happen over the years, but look at that. Real disappointment for Marlowe. Just dollied up into the onside, and Gray holds on. Villiers 2 for 12 now. The first was certainly a gimme. This one was just born out of a good solid line and length and drawing the mistake. A huge wicket as well, Marlowe. Gone for 34 or 43, 81 for 3, and that really is a crucial wicket at this stage for Sunrisers.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say she's played really well in the new in this role that she's had to kind of hold the innings together, let the others play around her. So far, she's gone at a decent lick. She's been going at just shy of sort of 80-90 for most of the innings. So it's good to break any partnership and keep chipping away, because at this stage of the year, you know that you put the ball in the right place, it tends to be difficult for the batters. We've seen probably a bit more. You've had a much better view than I've had from square on, but hasn't been a huge amount of lateral movement for the seamers. It's looks pretty dead for them, but as soon as you bring the spinners on, you take the pace off the ball, it makes life a little bit tougher, doesn't it? So yeah, key phase here with the spinners operating for the next few overs, I would assume.
Oh, nicely on the spot again. It was almost played as though it stopped by Duckworth, not quite though. Yeah, but there's been a hint of swinging. There's one gorgeous ball from Eva Gray, absolute jaffa swinging past the edge.
I think Eva Gray could probably swing a tomato.
Well,
so
that's
it's
true.
not a huge surprise there. But
Sophie Monroe started with a few, didn't she?
Yeah, she had a couple as well. Like there's good lateral movement out of the hand. But I think off the pitch, it's looked like it's behaved pretty nicely so far. There's been a bit of spin. It looks like Maddie's bowling a bit slower than she normally would, which is well judged.
There's a great example of it again. He's the backward point. Yeah, there was one ball early on from Monroe. I wasn't quite sure whether it was late swing or seam. It was very wide, jagged away. It might have just been a little bit of late swing adjusting the line before it pitched as it went. But other than that, I wouldn't say there's been a single ball that's been any seam movement at all, which doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be much spin, but generally that's the way, isn't it? Yeah. If it seams, it spins. So at the moment, as you say, Villiers taking the pace off, and that is reading the pitch pretty well.
Yeah, she's done a really good job there. You'd normally have her as a bowler that would tend to dart it in a little bit more, and she's pulling it back a bit today, allowed the pitch to do its work, and so far it's worked a treat. 2 for, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 for 12. It's her birthday today. Have you mentioned that yet on the
Is today the 30th?
on the messages? Well, we put it on
26th.
we put it on all of our channels to say that it was her birthday, so I will.
There's a
and I said happy birthday to her, and she didn't look at me too oddly.
There's a plethora of birthdays this
Yeah, I think
There's
Kate,
2 on the
Kate
30th.
Kopak is the 30th. Who else is on the 30th? I don't tend to stalk them and know their birthdays that well.
That was cut away out to
I
deep
only
cover.
ever need it for registration paperwork, so I don't follow them that
Yes.
keenly. But I will.
26 today.
Yeah, I will trust our amazing comms team to be putting up a happy birthday message on the
Indeed.
correct date.
I've gone through every birthday coming up in the next few days, apart from the one today. There's 3. There's 2 on the 30th, 1 on the 31st. There goes Grewcock. A little bit of width on that again, but eased away.
Well, luckily for those whose birthdays are next weekend, everyone wants to spend their birthday in Derby, don't they?
Yes.
It's top of everyone's birthday wish list, so they get a trip to is it the Ancora County Ground up there to enjoy. Don't say we don't give you anything.
Well, this I mean, ahead of that, this is a crunch top of the table fixture, isn't it?
Yeah, we're definitely looking to get back on the board after a couple of losses, including against these guys in a tight game up at York. It was a strange match, that.
All wide on that one. But I was going through that. It was 14th was the last match, wasn't it? 10th was up at it was the 10th, wasn't it?
10th we were up at York, and yeah, it had rained a lot that week. The pitch had been undercover. We lost a toss that you didn't really want to lose. They bowled well, they put it in the right areas, but we also probably gave a couple of wickets away to them. But put up a hell of a fight. It was hard work for them to get that 114, 115. Kate Kopak bowled brilliantly in the second innings. So yeah, we'd definitely be out to try and get a bit of revenge today and keep our hunt for the top 4 well in our hands.
Oh, it's nicely bowled. That's where Grewcock wants to place that.
Yeah, she just wants to target the stumps there, which, as you say, she slid a couple down leg side, but really that's what she's trying to do. She just wants to target those stumps, make the batter play.
Good width on that one. She gets away with it. Cut straight to point. She'll feel she's missed out there, Duckworth. A duck in the match at York. Didn't play in the following fixture. Not involved in the 100 either. Rebecca Duckworth did manage 21 unbeaten at Chesley Street against Thunder on the 19th of June. So starved of a bit of cricket, but a real opportunity here now with the big wickets gone for Duckworth to get in. And well, about time the pair, and it's a rebuild for Diamonds now.
Yeah, and Callis has played some big innings in the 100 recently. She's scored a lot of runs and done well at the top of the order for Phoenix, I think it was, that she was playing for. So she'll be full of confidence, having gone through that. As you say, Duckworth will be wanting to prove a point.
Lots of flight on this one from Villiers, just worked out of the block hole for a single.
With Winfield, Hill and Erin Burns over in the Caribbean Premier League, it's opened up an opportunity. And what do you want as a player? You want a chance to go out there and bat a long time and prove that you're someone that should be given the nod next time out. So got to work hard now here to really turn the screw.
There you go again. That's just, there's nowhere the batter can go.
It's a really nice pace, isn't it, for a wicket like this? You've got to work so hard to score your runs as a batter, and that's when mistakes come, similar to what we've just seen with Eva Gray getting the catch off Emma Marlowe. You're working hard, you're trying to create pace, and that's when you play the ball a little bit early.
Slight change of field. He's going to bring up a short fine leg, which is probably a good move actually because of the pace she's bowling at. Necessarily the need for short fine leg. Oh, now brings the LBW as well. Well, did she get into the mind of Duckworth there, having just cleared the field? Anybody back could have squared all, then floats one up on middle stump, and Duckworth goes for the big sweep, perhaps trying too much to get it away fine. Short fine leg had just moved in front of the square leg umpire. Only a deep square set back as well. Duckworth falls for 2. Villiers has a third wicket, 3 for 13. That's the best of them yet. As we watch the replay on it, I just wonder, did absolutely plumb, just wonder, did Duckworth almost fall to the trap of that? Having moved the short fine leg, was it on her mind? There's a huge area to work with backward of square, and she's trying to take something off the straight that wasn't there. 86 for 4.
Yeah, I imagine the move is always in your mind. It's a really clever move actually, because you're without actually forcing it, it's going to be difficult to score through square leg. So I imagine she looked at that and went, well, I'll go to the sweep. I'm struggling here. If I can get to the pitch of the ball, but she got nowhere near the pitch of the ball there, and has found herself walking back. But really, really well bowled by Maddie Villiers there. Really clever and really well controlled to ask the question, the ball after moving the fielders and saying, look, there's your gap. You're looking around, aren't you? On days like today, you go, well, so actually, where can I score a run in this field? All of a sudden, you've got a nice big gap behind square. That executing that sweep is much easier said than done.
Yeah, it is. Only can be a dangerous shot, can't it? There's so much talk about reverse sweeps nowadays as well. They're almost safer than an orthodox sweep, but that's a big, big wicket. It's 86 for 4.
Yeah, if you can sweep the ball well in the women's game, you are a real asset to your team.
A lot of flight on that first up to Langston.
You think back to players like Lydia Greenway, who almost exclusively swept whatever length, whatever line the ball was, she had a sweep for it, and it was so effective against the slower pace that you came up against.
Villiers, a lovely bit of flight on that. It's tickled just fine of square leg for a single. Langston off the mark.
I do love a good sweep shot. I think I'm slightly old school because it was very prevalent in the day when I played, and yeah, the good players. Beth Morgan played it brilliantly for Middlesex, and yeah, it's probably gone out of the game slightly in the last couple of years with the increase of power and trying to hit the ball straight and trying to get it out of the park. But
yeah,
I think if you look around our team, Flo Miller sweeps the ball brilliantly. I think there's probably a hockey relationship here. Actually, she's a fantastic hockey player, played for a while.
Well, Morgan
Lydia was as well. So
a lot of Morgan's game, switch hits and reverse sweeps, were put down to his early days playing hurling.
yeah. So really, you've got to be pretty brave because you've got to get all the way forward and you've got to really put yourself in the firing line.
Very good from Grewcock. That's where she wants to keep it, where she wants to land it. Langston, the new batter. Bethany Langston, 31 years of age, not far from her birthday either, 6th of September.
Started her career down here at Essex.
Indeed, yeah.
I think the Kia Super League took her up to Yorkshire and she hasn't returned.
The Northern Supercharger, Oval Invincible, Welsh Fire as well. A little bit of width on that, just didn't get the cut away. She'll feel she's missed out there slightly. Those two fielders are tightly knit, backward point and cover point. There's a lot finer the fielder though. She can get a little late cut on it though. Stroked off the back foot on this occasion.
It's difficult with the pace and the line that Jodie's looking to bowl here. She wants that to be on off stump and she wants it to be pretty full. So to be able to guide that finer, you're taking a risk.
Yeah, and googly. It's the stop ball as well for Grewcock, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I think you call her a top spinner instead of a leg spinner at the moment at this stage of her career. She tends to do people a little bit in the top spin that she gets. A lot of wickets where almost Yorks the batter in the length that she surprises them.
Good example of it again there. Those two fielders, they're perfectly placed, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a really good field set there with Sophie Monroe just in front of point and Lucy McLeod just behind point. That you have to thread it through a needle to get there, or you have to take a risk because your weight's tending to go backwards, and then you bring them into the game. So it's really great partnership bowling at the moment here. Not much going on at either end, and I think we've sat here many a times in the past and said something's going to break at some point, and let's stick to it, keep our nerve. Two experienced players out in the middle in Stuart Callis and Beth Langston, two players that do know Chelmsford relatively well. They've both been around here and played for Essex, so time to really dig deep, and if my birthday girl could grab another wicket, that would be really handy.
Oh, floats that one past the edge.
I tried.
I mean, another wicket now would be huge, wouldn't it? It really would. Either of these. Nicely bowled again. Harold Wood, is it far from here for Langston? I'm testing my Essex knowledge now.
Well, you're testing mine. It's in Essex.
Yeah, it's in Essex.
I know
There
that
we
much.
go. I've heard of it, but I can't place it.
I played there, but that doesn't mean
Somebody
I
else
remember
was driving that
how
day.
I got there. Doesn't. It was a long time
Oh,
ago.
that's edged. Well, it goes fine.
By the joys of Google Maps, it tells me it will take me 22 minutes if I drove there.
Not far at all then.
Back down the A12, just the other side of the M25 in towards Romford. So yeah, I should have known that. I now recall which ground I went to for Harold Wood. So yeah, down towards Romford.
There it is, just a replay of that angle of it, edged away. That one swept. And there is nobody back at a square, so it's a long chase here. McLeod was having to come around to collect the last one. There's Kopak down there, sweeping up on this occasion. Slightly straighter in line, but also slightly shorter as well. Almost an upright sweep in the end. Is it Shenley's nearby to here as well? The only reason I know where Shenley is. Just driven away, just wide.
Shenley's more Radlett way, isn't it? Shenley,
Is it?
but there's a Shenfield.
Shenfield, that's what it is.
Around here. That I think that's.
Yeah, I was hesitating. I was going to say Shenfield, and then I went for Shenley. But the reason I know that one's relatively local is I was doing a Essex Middlesex game here once and got on the wrong train, and all of a sudden I was at Shenfield. Had to go back to wherever it was I came from, then get on the train for this one. I was bumped back by Villiers. Back to the bowler and no run. 95 for 4, 22 bowls. So about 7 coming off that over, and the boundary was off the edge. Callis on 13 from 17. But yeah, to make a rapid call to BBC Radio Essex and Dick Davis that day and say, Dick, I'll be there, but it's going to be tight. you're okay just in case. Yeah, wrong train. It happens from time to time.
It's got many people. Don't worry. We've had a few people ring up and say I might be late for training. It's like, why that? Well, I'm pretty sure I've gone past the station.
Mentioned O'Morgan. I think it happened to him once up at Old Trafford. He travelled up on the day of the game for a T20, wrong train, and
oh no,
missed the start of the game. Not in the side then as a result.
Surely he had a chauffeur.
Yes. Oh, that one gets through. Chopping down hard, and it's sweep will hold on to 2, prevent the boundary. That's it. Again, well knit out on that boundary. It's well positioned. Even though the shot from Callis bisected those two. In hindsight, probably should have. With a driver to take him up there. Strokes this time to the sweeper. In fact, the cross to train tickets nowadays, probably we could all afford a chauffeur to instead of the train ticket.
Yeah, we've taken train to a couple of away games this year, and it's been brilliant. It's been really well received by the players because it's just that bit more relaxed. And
get up and wander around.
Yeah, it's easier if you're London-based, obviously, because a lot of trains go out of London. So if you can easily get into London, you can get on the train. So it doesn't necessarily fit for everyone, and you have to go to a ground where the station is close enough to the ground you're going to in order to make it work. But we did Cardiff, which was lovely. Nice little walk through the centre of Cardiff. We did Blackpool, which I think was an experience for some of the girls.
That wasn't an overnight trip then?
No. And we did York actually for the game that we played against these guys in July.
Good over from Grewcock, just the 3 off it. 2, the first ball that was beautifully played actually by Callis to get through backward point and cover point. But just the 3 off it, and Grewcock going at 4s from her 5 overs now. 98 for 4. Diamonds rebuilding. Yeah, the logistics of the cricket summer's always fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's slightly easier in our world. We don't have as many back-to-back games in the T20, though we have had a few in the last couple of years, and without 4-day cricket you haven't always got the challenge of going from one format to the other, but still trying to work out how to get from one end of the country to the other in a short space of time, but also trying to make sure your players aren't spending all their life on the road or in a hotel. That's what we're trying to prioritise.
Slip in place after that edge last over. That's a nice stroke. That's deep cover. Slip play, stay in place, McLeod in there. Nope, comes out for Langston. There was an element that Callis was certainly looking to run that one the last over, but it was edgy. Nicely done for the single. Oh, and it just gets through. Skipper Scrivens goes over the top of it, putting the pressure on the fielder. It brings up the 100 for Diamonds. Langston moves to 5 and 103 for 4 the score. Nearly at the halfway stage of the innings. Nice little push back from Langston. Again, good from Villiers. So that boundary was nicely struck, but via a misfield. So from the bowler's point of view, she'll feel pretty happy. This drops back, deep cover. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Absolutely glorious. Very nearly bringing the stumping into play as well. Piece of string.
Not sure how that missed everything. That was lovely length, lovely pace.
Nice bit of flight on this one, bumped back. Just caught a glimpse of the replay of that one. Everything was right about that from Villiers, wasn't it, the previous ball?
Yeah, just didn't quite catch the edge.
Yeah, we see a replay of it at the end of the over again now. And, nearly overbalancing as well. Langston just managed to keep a footing. Really good over that from Villiers. Again, that 4 at the start coming from a misfield. So it was well struck by Langston, but Scrivens will be annoyed with herself that she managed to run over the top of that one. 103 for 4. 24 overs bowled, so yeah, one more to the halfway stage, and it's going to be a change of ends for Eva Gray as she returns to the attack. Took the first wicket to go, picking up Fraser, caught by Grewcock. She's back into attack, having taken a couple of catches indeed herself as well.
She's been in the action for
Yes,
3 out of 4 wickets, hasn't she? I'm
Well,
sure she's trying to find a way to claim part of the LBW, but not sure she can. But yeah, it's probably a good move. We're going to take drinks in a over's time, so get Eva on before drinks. I guess Grace Scrivens now has a decision. Do I keep Maddie going? She's got 3 left. You've got a number of other options. Both Sophie Monroe's been really clinical in times of the innings such as this over the season, so she's an option she might want to look to go to at this point, just to break things up and start to put the pressure back on.
Cast handing up, that's swept, an upright sweep. That's a brilliant shot from Callis. Well, if you need any example of the class, first ball from Eva Gray, just working the angle of that. Timed sweetly, 2 set back, long leg and deep square, no chance for either of them. Welcome back to the attack, Eva Gray. She won't have enjoyed that one at all. Yeah, Mara Carr up to the stumps for Gray's return. Pace off. Just a single, swept away out to the, or punched away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 108 for 4, and Callis just pushes the pressure to Gray at the start of the over, that boundary in the single, 22 from 22, but over to Langston. Really is a crucial passage of play this now. Sunrisers are able to get past Callis. They'd feel in business in this innings. Oh, it's a lovely ball. Line and length. Back on the spot from Gray. And it is one of those pitches where it's, when you say put it on the spot and leave the pitch to do the rest, it's not as much as that on this occasion. It's put it on the spot and ask the batter to do the rest. Trying to play off the stumps, play off stump. Pushing Langston back on that occasion. 2 to come of the over. Obviously clipped again. Sweeper set back. Villiers out there, just a single. Langston on to 6. I've just seen the advertising on the far side of the ground. Metro Bank, champion of women's and girls cricket. Also, drive past a Metro Bank. Easy Wong adorns.
Yeah, there's some big faces
Yeah.
shining out at you from Metro Bank at the moment, and they've put a huge amount of money into women and girls cricket, which is fantastic, both from grassroots all the way up to supporting this competition and the domestic game. So it's great to have partners that see the value in, I guess, promoting the women's game, promoting women's sports, giving young girls the heroes that they can follow.
It's nicely bowled and respectfully played by Callison. There's an example of the pace of the pitch. You really had to wait on that one. 25 bowled, halfway stage, 109 for 4.
Yeah, and as we take drinks, I think Sunrisers will be pretty happy with their work, given the power play, given how easy it looked like it was to score in the opening 10 overs with a newer ball. They'll be pretty happy to have pulled it back to 109 for 4 at the halfway mark, knowing you take 2 now, add 2 to the board, the old adage, and you're right in there. So as we said before, it'll be interesting to see who gets the ball first over at the far end. Do you hold Maddie Villiers back? She's bowled 3, and it's quite easy for the batters to say, well, let's just sit on her now, we're not going to take any chances. Do you give someone like Sophie Monroe a go? She's brilliant, she's got fantastic white ball skills and brilliant when the ball gets a little bit older. You've still got Jo Gardner and Grace Scrivens herself to come on, so it'll be interesting to see what the choice is here, but definitely I think that the 4 in the column probably leaves Sunrisers feeling the happier of the 2 teams at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, winning the toss, batting first, looking to take charge, diamonds, but equally sometimes it can go against you when you haven't got the pace of the pitch from the off, and as things stand, Sunrisers will feel coming out, look, we've bowled on this, we understand the pace of the pitch, that's how we're going to have to go about it. Patience will be the key, patience and partnerships, which is what Diamonds will want to build. Yeah, going back to Metro Bank, I remember at the start of the season driving along, which one would it have been? I can't remember, somewhere in central London it was, just double looking. Izzy Wong is a big personality as well, isn't she? Loves a chat when she's around at the games. Yeah,
and it's great to see her enjoying her cricket. She went on loan to Storm for a period of time, so it's good to see her enjoying her cricket again. When you become an almost overnight sensation at that age, it's difficult to sometimes, just realise that what you're doing is just for the love of playing a game, and it's great to see her back doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. So drinks taken here. Have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. Actually, haven't done that in a while. We've been nattering away. 4 games underway today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and Central Sparks are 110 for 2 in the 23rd against Western Storm. Jones not out with 52 at the top. Free ball with her now. Campbell and Perrin that 2 to fall, to Wong indeed, bowled, and Anderson as well also bowled, 110 for 2 in the 23rd there. The Blaze are 105 for 3 after 25. That against Vipers, they're playing at Arundel today, what a spot to play cricket, Arundel Castle. And 40 not out for Kelly, 4 for Claridge. Other than that, nobody's made it into the 20s. Boyce retired Hurd at the top on 17. Davis, Elwis and Lee with the 3 to fall. And the other game, Lancashire Thunder are taking on South East Stars at Beckenham. And everybody into the 20s there so far. 24 for Lamb, she was bowled McDonald Gay. 23 Clark, bowled Moore. Smales 22 not out. Morris with her now 38 not out. 114 for 2. In the 26th of that one. You're ready to go again here. 109 for 4 after 25. I didn't tell you where Western Storm are playing that game against Central Sparks. They are playing at Taunton. Lots of flight from Villiers as play resumes here at Chelmsford. Langston getting in behind that one. And a dot ball. Villiers 3 for 26. Here she comes again. Oh, just drag that one down a little. Maybe he was looking to give it an extra little bit of rip out of the hand, it looked like. Just drag down for 2. It's It's in between backward point and cover. Grewcock unable to stop it at first. Mid off, mid on, or up. Mid wicket and square leg tightly in there. Retrieving that one deep mid wicket and deep backward square, sweeping up as well. The fielder missing. He is, no, that's everybody. Extra covers, I didn't mention extra covers. It's a nice length from Villiers once more. Let's push back up the track. This is a perfect example. We saw a little bit of a grey pace off end of the last over before the drinks, but Villiers, I think you noted it very early on. She's picked up the pace of this track. Pace right off. Long off goes back now. It's a lovely line of length, but Langston just riding that one. Backward a point for a single.
Yeah, one of the reasons I'd be quite excited to see Sophie Monroe throwing the ball in the next over or two. She bowled from this end, I think, first up, but she's had success in the past from the far end, so I'd be quite keen to see her come on, take over from Maddie. Ideally leave Maddie a couple for the back end of the game, but not sure what Grace's thinking is.
Nice bit of flight on that one again. Stroked away, the sweepers push back. Just the single then into the over. Callis 23, Langston 9. Callis keeps the strike. 113 for 4. Any theory on the reason why the change of ends suits her better? The Hayes close end suits Monroe better?
It is a very different wicket from both ends here. There's a slope that you don't really realise until you stand out in the middle at Chelmsford. We've talked about that in the past. There's quite a bit of wind out there today. We can hear it in the effects mic, can't we? So, like, sometimes you just like another end. Look, she bowled really well in the first spell.
The slope slips down towards the pavilion, doesn't it?
It does. So yeah, hopefully it's just something. Sometimes it's just feel and luck, isn't it? You get you have a good spell. Look, she's bowled well from both ends, but she's such a good white ball bowler. She's got skills. She has brilliant slower balls. She can vary her pace without you realising it. So
start from Gray.
Almost the perfect situation when the time is right for her to hopefully come back on and do that. Maybe held off just while Gray's on, not wanting to have seam from both ends. Could be part of the tactic.
Come on, Eva the Cry in the field, 1 for 27 in her 7th. Great economy to begin with. Just got a little bit of tap in recent overs. Oh, drags that one short and it's away down, fine. No chance for Carr. She made a valiant effort though, it has to be said, behind the stumps. Trying to go after it down the leg side, but the boundary worked fine by Callis. Going for the bumper, she really did bang it in short, but it just sat up nicely down the leg side. There's a long leg and a deep square set back. So 2 deep third, a deep cover. Powerplay 1, sorry, just 2 set back in that first 10 overs. Lively in the field with the chatter all the way through. That was a little short again, but that's where the sweeper, or the long leg, set back for it. It swept straight to the fielder. Callis moves to 28. 118 for 4. Yeah, we talked about this being a crunch game, top half of the table. Let's not say that performances, there's been an uptick in performances in recent years, but an uptick in the results, because one thing we always discussed over the years with Sunrisers was that performances were so frustratingly good, but it was just crunch moments kept going against Sunrisers. Oh, it's just tickled fine again, and Langston now lining up. Great, that straighter line. They'll get back for a second, that's well run. 120 for 4, but yeah, this competition in particular, Sunrisers sitting pretty in the top half. Yeah,
there's still a long way to go with the last 4 games, because it's pretty open competition if we're honest, and that's what you want to see. I think there's technically an opportunity for most teams to qualify going into this last 4, and the change to 4 qualifying, so 2 semi-finals and a final, was to do exactly that, was to try and make the games mean more for longer.
That's got to be the right move, hasn't it? What you don't want is teams almost cut adrift. And then facing one of the bigger teams at the end, not much to play for.
Yeah, and you can. And like I can get the argument where someone goes, you finish top of the table and fourth wins the trophy, but we're here to put pressure on players and to give them that experience of playing in a situation where it matters how you do and how you perform, which is what professional sport's about at the end of the day. So you want something to be riding on every game other than pride. So I don't think you'll meet a professional or amateur cricketer that will turn up wanting to lose a game. So it is for me, it's a good move, and I'm not saying that because it's opened the table up for us personally, but I think it's a really good move for the game, because we're seeing these girls, women players, put under pressure for longer, and that's really exciting and really good for England as well.
Around the wicket here. Villiers to Callis. It's the single away, just working with the angle. Came together with a score on 86 for 4. These two, so the partnership ticks along to 34. Lots of flight on that, onto the heels of Langston. They'll get a leg by, just fine with the square leg fielder. Yeah, Villiers in her 9th over. He did ponder whether she'd be held back for a couple. It looks as though she might be bowled through now then.
I would go now. Once we're into the 9th, we'll bowl the 10th and look, wait for that piece of magic.
Lovely bit of flight.
It's a good move coming around the wicket to Callis here. Really target those stumps and again make her work really hard for every run.
Long on drops back. Just that little hand signal from Villiers. Oh, inside edge.
It's had a bit of action, hasn't it, that inside edge today?
You mentioned that breeze blowing across the ground. Just looking for any flags to get the exact direction of it. Trees behind us at the river end.
Yeah, we're flagless today, aren't we?
Yeah, there's one over there pretty big on the Felsted school stand, but that's lying pretty dormant in amongst those trees. So it's dabbed away into the onsides.
Whereas the speaker pole just outside our window is waving furiously.
Yeah.
So it may just be down this end that there's a little bit more. But you can see the sheets at the far end, the black submarine sheets.
Oh, that's lovely from Villiers. That's the line of length she's looking for across Callis. Through to the gloves of the keeper. Yeah, the fact it's buffeting into this effects mic of ours suggests it probably is coming in from the Hayes close end from behind Villiers. Roughly in that direction, as you say, those sheets look as though they're buffeted from behind. Felsted, I think it's the flag of Felsted School over there. It might be the Essex flag, but if it's being blown anyway, it's towards us, isn't it? But it's well protected by not only the trees, but the flats over there. But yeah, to check the weather, just to make sure I wasn't wrong that there's no threat of rain today, and there isn't. Just occasional puffy cloud blocking out the sun as it is at the moment. Change of bowling. And it's going to be the skipper. Scrivens will bring herself on. Crewcock replaced by Gray, and now over to Scrivens. Off spin at both ends. Deep cover, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. 6 up inside the circle as this is stroked back to mid off. Watching a lot of Grace Scrivens bowling early on. Does she under bowl herself at all as a captain? It does happen. Just drags that one short. Always trying to hit it too hard. Langston smothers it down to deep backward square.
Yeah, well, she's one of 3 more than capable right arm off spinners in the team, with Jo Gardner being the 3rd. Who, if anyone's under bowled, I think it probably would be Jo Gardner. Yeah. She has the ability to genuinely turn the ball as well. So it's difficult. If Maddie's bowling well, she's going to bowl 10 overs.
Yeah. It's cut away Just a single.
Yeah, if we were playing red ball cricket, we'd probably have a lot of overs going through both of those guys. But the fact is, you've only got 50 overs to share amongst. You've got 3 frontline seamers, your leg spinner in Jodie Grecock, and your frontline off spinner in Maddie Villiers. So naturally, at the moment, it's probably shared out between Grace and Joe.
Just tracks it down again on that occasion. Just trying to find some purchase. It did look as though there was a little bit off the surface there actually for Scrivens. Oh, overthrow. We'll get back for a second.
Yeah, you've got to be careful at this time of year. There's so many used ends, aren't there, on the square, and this square is wide when it comes to practice pitches on the edge.
Ah, there's the late cut, gets through on this occasion. That's a good stop. Brilliant piece of fielding. It looked as though it was... Oh, now! Throw to the non-strikers then from Carr as well as that ball comes back in. Is thrown back in. It's all action out in the middle. Carr alerts. Had the glove on with the throw as well. Really let that rip. They've got back for 3.
Well, it's definitely a run save there, and like, you've got to take your hat off to Flo Miller. Covered a huge amount of ground there. I think we might rename that the Flo Miller boundary today.
Ah, and that's edged fine.
The good news for Diamonds is Flo Miller's not going to get to that one.
Oh, they've come back for the second. That was sharp. To be quick on that second. It looked as though she was labouring slightly there, didn't it, Callis? For the second.
Yeah, slightly misfortunate at the end for Scrivens. It was a good over. She's attacked the stumps. Length has been slightly hit or miss, but she won't have bowled a huge amount in the last few weeks. She's been away with Trent Rockets and wasn't bowling for them, so it's getting back into the game now. And here we go, Maddie Villiers' final over for this game.
I wonder, is it worth throwing the ball to Joe Gardner just because of the pace of this surface? Just try it. It's difficult. It's an easy game from up here, isn't it? You sit up here and watch it. Always is far easier up here, but you just wonder because some days it can just be a bowler's day, can't it, or a pitch or a surface.
Yeah, sometimes when you're in this situation, you just need to keep changing it, don't you, and find out who's going to do that. So, look, I would be surprised if we don't see Sophie Monroe after Maddie's finished.
Nice
She
start.
may go back to Jodie Grecock, change of ends.
Yeah.
But
Well, you did mention Monroe's preference for the Graham Gooch end.
yes. I haven't asked her if it's her preference. I just remember her bowling well from up there, so I'm giving it to her.
Quick single here to Scrivens, putting the pressure on the fielder. Get through. Just a little bobble in front of the skipper. Had this conversation. I think I've probably bored you with it before, certainly. Long-term Middlesex listeners will know this one of James Harris at Lords. Always used to bowl at the pavilion end, the strike bowler's end at Lords. Down the leg side, a wide will be signal. It took all of his wickets at the knee. I asked him, where do you prefer bowling at Lords, Jimmy? Ah, pavilion end. Where have you got your most wickets? Nursery end. Thanks, Jimmy. Just clipped away to deep mid wicket, but the strike bowlers always want at Lords, don't they? Always want the pavilion ends and run down. Well, I say run down the hill, but
Yeah, no one ever wants to run up the hill. It's not when you get to the seniority position where you can choose ends.
it's only the slightest incline at Lords
yeah.
to run up the hill from the nursery end, isn't
Every
it?
pitch has an incline of some sort.
Yeah.
So when you finally get a chance, I think you get to the point where you've run up it so many times you think you have to.
Lovely ball from Villiers. Big appeal goes up. Nothing doing, or is it? Now, have they given the stumping?
They've given something.
Wasn't
Good thing
given
we've got a replay.
It wasn't given out by the standing umpire.
I think it was bowled. I think you can see Amara Cargo in that bowled her.
Wow, has that just clipped the bail then?
I bowled her.
Goodness me.
We'll
Well,
find out
the
eventually.
yeah,
but,
that's why the finger didn't need to go up. We'll have to take as many angles as we can on the replay of that one.
we only have 2 cameras, Kevin. So
Yeah,
don't get carried away here.
It has. It's just
Has not touched the thing and gone on to hit the stump. So that was an absolutely ripper of a delivery.
just trimmed the outside of the off stump. Clearly, I mean,
even as it goes, because Villiers has appealed, which has thrown us, so she thinks it's edged through to.
I think she thinks that Amara Carr's taken it behind the stumps.
Yeah, taking the catch.
Because she's appealed to the standing umpire as opposed to the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
And Amara Carr's watched it hit the stumps. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the appeal from Villiers that threw us. It does happen occasionally, doesn't it, as a bowler? Because then, much like the angle that we were looking at from behind the umpire as well. Of course, the bat and the pad come across, it covers it all, and you can't quite see what happens. But Carr has taken the catch off the outside edge of the off stump, which has removed the off bail and removed Langston for 18.
Key wicket that, and very much vindicating Grace Scrivens' choice to keep Maddie Villiers on and try to break this partnership. She's got 2 balls now, and it would be nothing nicer than to see her pick up another one before she finishes her birthday bowling spell.
Nice bit of flight. Slip in place.
Cover and extra cover have come into catching positions now, so I think the reality is that there's some batters here that are batting probably a couple of spaces higher than they would normally bat, so put the pressure on.
There we go. End of the day, 4 for 36, brilliant from Villiers. Really good spell from her today. 4 of the 5 to fall. Crucial performance by Maddie Villiers. Eva Gray comes over to see her. Eva Gray gave it a great start for Sunrisers today. Really superb opening spell from her. Picked up the first wicket, but Villiers has backed up all the work. There's that last one. Well, with all the appeals that went up.
I don't think anyone knew what went on apart from Mara Carr, who went, why are you not walking off? It's hit your stumps.
Well, she was the one that then pointed back, and then I thought she pointed back to say I've stumped her, because Villiers was still looking at the standing umpire rather than square leg. But no, as you say, it just clipped the outside off. The fact that she ran away with the ball as well, Carr, that's what really threw everything. The appeal from Villiers and the take from Carr off the stumps. 136 for 5. Scrivens continues.
Well, thankfully someone knew what they were doing out there, even if we had absolutely no idea.
Occasionally it happens, because we have a pretty good viewing position up here, don't we? And occasionally it happens. Carl would have covered that stump on us. Oh, dead ball called. Quite sure. Was it a bit of chatter in the field? Maybe somebody was still moving.
I'm not sure we have anyone walking behind here. There's not enough people in the ground, and that part's not open, so I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, occasionally it does happen that you stumped yourself as a commentator, but I have to say that's probably one of the most confusing I've ever had. Generally we have a good view that we don't get stumped often, but yeah, on that one it really was a waiting game. I'm blaming Maddie for appealing. That's what really threw us first and foremost. Just a little short on that one. That's hit powerfully. There's a sweeper back though, just a single, and there's Villiers out there who'll come in. If you're in any doubt that it's Villiers, look at that arm. Throw rips into the gloves of Amara Carr. Phoebe Turner back onto strike. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, deep cover. 3 back. Very good from Scrivens. This is a moment now, isn't it, with a new batter. Still 2 balls to come of this over. Scrivens just get through. A couple of quick ones, a couple of cheap ones, get out of this over. Nicely done again. And then who will it be for the 32nd? At the Graham Gooch end. And she does get out with a couple of dot balls, 3 of them in the end, in fact. So just the single off the over, which changes her figures nicely. Number 10 off 2, 137 for 5.
And the key here is, when you've got a batter that is probably not going to accelerate at one end and a set batter, is get that set batter off strike and ramp up the pressure of them feeling they have to score every time they're on strike. So we've got Sophie Monroe finally coming back on at the Graham Gooch end here. Yes, we've gone again with the seam at one end, spin at the other end approach with Grace Scrivens herself on at the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
It is. Forgive me, my laptop's about to burn in the sunlight, so I'm having to orchestrate things in the commentary box here.
Yeah, we said it was lovely in here, didn't we? But right in the sunshine at the moment.
Well, it is.
Which is great. I haven't
here
put my sun cream on, thinking I was sitting inside. So
Yeah.
sorry.
Here in Canterbury are the two that are the
they?
real sun traps, the commentary boxes. When it's a blazing hot day and that sun's around in front, absolutely nothing you can do. Here's Monroe, as predicted. Loops up off just the hip, I think. I don't think there's any bat involved in that. Looking for the umpire to tap the leg, and she does do so now.
You know, from Sophie Monroe's perspective, that she's just got the set batter off strike and hasn't conceded a run. what a great way to be to start your spell as a bowler.
A cunning plan. Dot ball, straight to Grewcock, thickish edge. Have I left you enough room there?
Well, no, as soon as you move your laptop, the sun's gone in. There's
well,
a big massive cloud there, and I can't see any blue sky for a while on that side of the ground. So it was proactive action.
It's one or t'other at the moment, isn't it, here? When the sun does go in, the wind picks up and the temperature drops. Just hit that time of year, sadly, haven't we, for the weather front?
Yeah, they're promising us a nice week coming up, which much appreciated after an end of August that felt more like April for a couple of days. We try and come back to get everyone back in after the 100, and you're watching the rainfall. It's not what you expect at this time of year, but yeah, it's been a great day here. And when the sun does come out, it's pretty warm for the players out there in the middle to deal with. The breeze will be quite welcome, I reckon, out there for them today.
Yeah. I think I had one of the weather folk talking about Storm Lillian. Oh, Bolzer! Well, Monroe's change of ends is blowing up a storm out there for Sunrisers. 6 down, 139 for 6 as Callis departs for 36, and what a wicket that is.
I'll just chuck them up and you hit them out the park, Kevin, yeah?
Thank you.
What a way, yeah. And again, just rolled her fingers over the ball, it looks like. Held up in the pitch and absolutely did a set batter for skill there.
Yeah, lovely ball. Lovely ball. Top of off stump. There's no better feeling, is there, for a bowler? I just saw it for Maddie Villiers, an off spinner as well. Top of off stump struck. So Callis gone for 36, 139 4-6. Abby Glenn on the way out to meet Phoebe Turner, and just 7 balls face. Well, it's a real opportunity now at this point. 32nd over. If they could just manage to force one more, be greedy at this point. But even still, it's the run rate, isn't it, at this stage?
Well, you're looking at a pitch where you've decided to bat first. You want 250 plus. Like, thinking back to the game we played here at the beginning of June, I think, I don't think you were here for this. I think Guy Swindles was in the hot seat for that one, and we played Thunder. We put 250 on, and they fell 30 short in the end. Beginning of July, sorry. She's fired off, isn't she? And you always feel 250's a bit shy at Chelmsford, just because of the large playing area that you've got. That we've said it stops a little bit, but it's still a decent wicket to bat on. It still looks like, as a batter, if you get yourself in, you can control the game. So you'll be looking at that scoreboard going, right, how do we turn this into something competitive?
Block hole delivery again, dug out. Good over. Big wicket. Callis is gone. 139 for 6.
Yeah, that was a fantastic wicket, and just continued the pressure that Maddie Villiers had put on with her brilliant spell at the other end. And I've been sent a stat by our brilliant engagement manager, Peter Withams, who's told me that today's 4 for 26 was Maddie's joint highest or best wicket return for Sunrisers. Have a guess, who were the opponents when she took 4 for 26 in July 2022, Kev?
Very good, Northern Diamonds.
It was Northern Diamonds, so that time it was at Headingley.
He's sharp pistol, isn't he?
He is.
Pistol Pete.
Pistol Pete is all over it.
Lovely bit of flight on this from Scrivens, push back. Thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I did that game as well. And juicy for that one, thinking back to it.
I think that was the game where Jess Ollerenshaw, young Essex batter, made her debut.
Yes.
And came in and hit a couple of their more experienced bowlers back over their head.
Yep.
The looks of amazement on their faces. This 18-year-old had the audacity to smash them back over her head. We failed in the run chase.
Almost convinced now that I did that game, unless I was watching it at the time from afar. But yeah, now you've said that, I'm almost convinced I did that game.
Yeah, I think we had them in trouble. Bowl first. They put a big, decent ninth wicket partnership on, if I remember rightly, and we ended up chasing just over 200. And again, looked like we could do it. Fell away, just lost wickets at the wrong time. And what I hope at the end of today is we can say that the difference between the Sunrisers in 2022 and a game like that versus a team now which we walk out there with a plan behind us and what we're looking to do with the bat and the ball.
Oh, big swing across the line. It's drifting down. Yeah, front pad didn't really go across. Almost planted it. Glenn, but this is the building pressure. I haven't had a chance even to speak about Phoebe Turner yet with the clatter of wickets. Short, dragged to mid-on, a dot ball. Just a single off Scrivens over. She's only gone for 2 off her last 2 overs now. Really good from her. Last innings of note from Turner was all the way back on the 24th of April. Hit 32 against Storm at Leeds. Since then, single figures all the way. 6 not out in that match against Sunrisers at York. But short on runs, Turner. And they are into the lower order now, of course. Sunrisers.
I'm not sure Phoebe Turner would have batted at 7 very often in her professional career, which it's one of the challenges of this time of year because of other competitions that sneak in at this time of year. Professionals are off to play somewhere else, or you've got England players that have come off the back of the 100 and aren't available. So it does make it a challenge for teams.
Monroe continuing. That's a lovely ball again. Just a little bit of bounce on that. Spoken about bounce too much today at all, but that one just seemed to not pop, but it's got a bit of purchase off the surface, Monroe, on that. And that equally, whereas that's the pace of the pitch as well, isn't it? Where already we're saying it's not the quickest of Chelmsford surfaces that you'll see. 2 from 10, Turner. Big pressure here at the moment. Oh, that one slides away. Just an effort ball. Must have clipped something on the way through. Not signals.
So Jasmine Naeem's arm started to waggle, but didn't go up. Great take by Amara Carr.
Yeah.
To make that ground, snaffle that.
It's obviously just clipped a bit of pad on the way through, which changes that direction as well for Carr. She's saved 4 there, hasn't she?
It's so hard as a wicketkeeper. You don't actually get the stats to show your value to a team, do you? It's your bowlers will operate in wickets, and even if they're slightly expensive, they come away with a number against their name. You get patted on the back. Batters will operate in runs, but a bit like Flo Miller. Like, how many has she saved today? She's almost top scorer, isn't she, for this innings?
Yeah. Top edge. Carr runs for it. The bowler's under it. Monroe holds on. Caught and bowled. Her second wicket, 2 for 15. Turner's gone for 2. Real trouble here for Diamonds. They're 140 for 7.
I wasn't sure who was going for that, and we couldn't tell from here what depth it had on it, could we? Everyone was stood still, and I was for a moment thinking, have you all just left it to each other?
Or when Carr said off, look, we see on the replay, I thought she's not going to make it when she said off, but fortunately Monroe had cleared.
She said early.
Yeah.
Even Cordelia Griffith didn't try and take her out this time, which has happened a few times. In fact, I think it was Sophie's debut for us, but down at Storm earlier in the season. She held on to a catch, but they took each other out, and for a moment there was a sharp intake of breath as we checked that they both got up. But yeah, cool, calm heads in the middle. That's what we talk about. That's what we want to see. And Sophie knew straight away that was hers, and eyes on the ball the entire time. They're hard, those catches. There's nothing regulation about a catch that goes straight up to that height and you've got to judge and snaffle.
So Glenn has faced 6 balls at the other end, yet to get off the mark. Ward's with her now. Pressure's mounting for Diamonds. Monroe's only into her 4th over. She's bowling well, she's onto the spot straight away. Similarly, just got through Turner's season quickly before she departed. As for Glenn, at the other end, 16 in her last knock, 14th of July at Lincoln against Blaze. She's 31 unbeaten against Sparks at Birmingham. This is 4th of May, 1st of May 38 against the Blaze. Scarborough. All eyes on Ward at the moment. That one slides away down the leg side.
I don't think it'll take long to go through walks. I think this is her professional debut today.
19 years of age. Born in Nottinghamshire. England under 19 international, but yes, first game, Nottinghamshire women previously. Huge pressure moment to step out to.
Yeah, came through the Blaze Academy, moved to Diamonds this year. I think she was part of the 2 World Cup, the World Cup under 19 teams that Grace Scrivens captained, and the team that went out to Sri Lanka this year that Jodie Grucock and Amu Surankuma from Sunrisers were part of. So she's played on the big stage, but as you say, this is another thing coming out here when your team are looking to post a total in a match on the domestic stage, hunting for finals. So new experience.
Yeah, last knock was 9th of April. See, there'd been swept hard. It's a good shot by Glenn. Picks up a single. Obviously, there have been lower level games in between, but as you say, a debut here.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying she's played for Diamonds Academy throughout the year, and she's put on some partnerships, scored some runs at that level, but it's a massive step up to be standing out here now.
Scrivens has settled nicely here, hasn't she?
You can see the rhythm come back after the first 2 overs. It looked a bit like she hadn't bowled in a match for 6 weeks, but the rhythm's come back a bit more now, and the confidence you get from your partner at the other end taking wickets, both with Maddie finishing her spell and Sophie coming on, that permeates down, doesn't it?
Oh, now that takes a bit of bounce, pops out of the gloves of Carr. Bye will be signalled. In fact, no. Run. It was an edge. I thought that just came out of the gloves, but
yeah, I don't think it got as far as Amara Carr, did it? Certainly the angle it went off at.
Nicely bowled.
Close, isn't it? Taking a risk there.
Yeah, they've got to keep their heads here. It is that situation where you've got to try and bat your overs now, really. Oh, you've just seen the replay. Did you catch anything on that?
Yeah, I think it might have been an edge into the gloves and just parried down to short third. Came very quickly.
Yep.
So, as you say, how do you measure a keeper within a team? And I think you certainly can't measure a keeper around ones like that don't stick, because that's coming quickly.
Yeah, there was a bit of bounce in it as well, wasn't there, I think? It's got a little bit bigger on her behind the stumps than she expected. Carl, 143 for 7, 15 to go then. At the moment, barely mustering a T20 score. Diamonds. Can Sunrisers wrap this up quickly? It'll be a methodical chase, you'd imagine. They won't want to let Diamonds get away here at the last. Deep cover, deep mid wicket, deep backward square of the 3 that Scrivens and Monroe have pushed back. 5 on the single. Can have 4 back at the moment. Bowled again by Monroe. 1 from 11 Glenn, 2 from 5 Ward. This is where it's going to be difficult for them to keep their head. They've got to almost ignore the dot balls, almost welcome them. So they've got to try and bat out these overs, and Monroe's right on the spot at the moment. Not giving them an inch. Pace off. Beautiful ball. I think it was back of the hand. We'll see it on the replay, but
Yeah, she played that shot on the ball, hadn't got halfway down the pitch, had she?
there we go, back of the hand. Leg break.
Yeah, you think it's looking a bit shorter and you think you can pick that one up and open yourself up, but like it's that stick or twist, isn't it? It's like you want to be proactive,
Yeah.
but where are the runs coming from?
Trying to guide that one away, Glenn. It's about the best you can do at the moment.
It's nicely played. She got behind the line of the ball. Fortunately, there's a fielder there, so that's why it starts playing like you've got a plan, and you can't quite work out how to use that to get the runs on the board. Just got to keep doing the basic things now. As I say, we've got great partnership with Sophie Monroe coming, I think, slightly down the hill from the other end.
Pace off again. This time measured by Glenn for a single. A second run from a 14th ball. Ward back onto strike. Tense out there at the moment. It's tense for both because Sunrisers will know there's an opportunity here. There's also a danger that Diamonds could strike back. Lovely ball, thinking inside edge on that one. Perhaps drifting down anyway. Carr going with the appeal. You can see a lot of middle and off just looking at it on the stream.
They didn't take a run, did they?
To be honest, I was
I
too
don't
busy
think
looking
they
to
took
see
a
the
run, and
LBW.
we almost fielded that one down here.
Yeah.
So again, like that's a little bit about being in the game, isn't it? Like they've passed up an opportunity for a run there, however it came about, because
I mean, they may well have been concerned. Just looking at the replay, it was a decent line. There's a fair chance it might have just clattered a leg, but whether there was an inside edge, I felt there was 2 noises.
you get to the other end and wait for the umpire to make the decision.
Yeah.
So if you ruin a run at the end of the day, or you want to get yourself off strike, like it, that got outside the 25-yard circle with no one really chasing it.
Yeah.
And
Carr was pretty convinced on that one, wasn't she?
yeah,
But Monroe wasn't
I
interested
think she
at
was
all.
slightly caught between, do I chase this ball to save the single, or do I appeal? And
Scrivens has a slip now after that edge in the last over.
not that I would say that appealing helps your chances of getting a wicket, but if you're not in at 100% from the beginning, sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Yeah. Just get past Griffith. They'll get a single. 147 for 7. Yeah, I was saying Sunrise is the end of the innings. There's good momentum with Sunrise. You don't want to let Diamonds get a little bit of momentum back now. That is something for them to take into the chase. It's worked away nicely. Billy has set back the deep mid wicket, just a single.
No, you want to try and wrap it up as soon as you can. Like ultimately, every run you concede, you've got to score, haven't you? So
But you can almost feel it at the
you
moment,
don't want to
can't
be
you?
greedy, do you? And think that it's going to be an easy job.
Yeah. Just well, I feel like I can feel it anyway. It feels as there's a little bit of tension out there just to try and get this done now.
Something's going to give. And I think, like, if you're going to do that, like Sophie Monroe's bowling brilliantly at the far end. Is it time to change at this end? Bring Eva Gray or Kate Kopak back on.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. Was there an edge? They were about to go up. Just pops out of the gloves of Carr. 148 for 7 at the end of the over. I thought it just beat the bat, but
There is just that extra bit of bounce,
Yeah.
isn't there, from this end that is getting through very nicely.
it'll all be noted by Diamonds as well, as much as Sunrisers will come out knowing what they've got to do on this surface, how they've got to go about the chase. Diamonds will know as well, pace off. Keep it on the stumps, pace off. Ask the batters to find the areas to score these runs. It will not be easy. Monroe to continue. A bowler! Swing across the line. The pressure tells. Glenn falls for 4. 148 for 8. A third wicket for Sophie Monroe. Glenn just heaving across the line. She'll be disappointed with that one. Monroe had gone with a couple of pace-off deliveries to finish the previous over, and then this one right back to the top of the off stump. Did she just drag it on? Might have done. But a swing across the line is Glenn's downfall.
And
48
that's
for
the
8.
danger when you're looking for runs, isn't it? That you
Yeah.
just stop doing the simple things.
Well, yeah, the quietness in the field from Sunrisers at that point just told me that they're a bit wary of them, nudging singles here, quietly getting through. They want to finish it off, but again, it's easy from up here. Diamonds under a lot of pressure out in the middle too. Batters, a particularly young one as well, as you mentioned. And now it really is the tail. 9, 10 and Jack, what can they do?
Well, I've talked about the frustrating 9th wicket partnership in that game at Headingley a couple of years ago. I think Katie Levick's just walked out, and she was a major protagonist in that 9th wicket partnership. So from the other end of the experience level, from debutant at one end and Katie Levick, who've played a lot of cricket.
Need that experience now. That's a good stop. Gray picking herself up at mid-wicket. Taking a couple of catches in there already, but saved at least a couple there. Is it Villiers? No, it is Villiers at mid-on. It's an unusual position for Villiers, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
No, I think it's Joe Gardner at mid-on.
It is Gardner at mid-on, my apologies.
Villiers is probably out.
Yeah, deep cover.
Deep cover.
That's what threw me. Thought for a moment it was an unusual position to see Villiers, but yeah, it would have been a tough chase to save the boundary for Gardner.
I said, actually, I think you might be right. I'm looking down there and I'm thinking that looks more like Joe Gardner down there than over there, but you're an unusual place for her to be.
It is Villiers, isn't it? Yeah.
The traditional thinking of you put your worst fielders at mid-on and mid-off is so not right. If you're bowling to make the batters hit straight, your best fielders should be at mid-on and mid-off. So it's...
Oh, goodness me. Tucked up by that one, but she's almost shoveled it away into the onside. Well, there's some theory behind it, isn't there? Because it is Gardner. Whether Villiers maybe a slightly sore shoulder or something after a long bowling spell, and just decided to bring her up and send Gardner out. Gardner's obviously got a tremendous arm as well, hasn't she?
Yeah, Gardner's brilliant. Square of the wicket as well. She's a fantastic outfielder. Covers the ground well, catches well. So, look, whoever you choose to put out there is going to do a great job.
I was going to say a couple of moments of note in this innings. 47 without loss, so they've lost 101. 8 for 101, but also I think it was 136 for 4 for this mini collapse at the end.
Instigated by one Sophie Monroe from the Graham Gooch end.
Which was called by you, Danny. Get her on at that end. Oh, now is it just leg side? Yeah.
Sounded a bit woody. But every time you have a big shout against you, though, as a batter, it just chips away a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
Even if it's a bit woody, get up there.
Here we go. We'll get a look at it now. She stays leg side of it, doesn't she? Wasn't the worst shout, as you say, where there was a bit of wood involved.
Yeah. I think looking at that, it was probably going to clatter into leg stump if there wasn't a bat involved. So hopefully she thinks there was a bat involved. It sounded a bit like it.
At 136 for 4 it was. 136 for 4 to 148 for 8. So 4 for 12 in this particular collapse, but 101 for 8 overall. Single more there, worked away by Levick. Monroe 3 for 19 now from her 7. She could challenge here, Villiers, for the bowling performance of the innings, couldn't she? Which who'd have thought we'd be saying that a little while back. Scrivens gets this one into the block hole. It's you hit, you miss, I hit territory at the moment, isn't it? And again, that's almost clipped in the air to mid-wicket. Bit of a heave about that from Ward. I wonder whether Levitt comes down and has a chat with her at the moment. Said, look, there's still 10 overs to go. Just try and hang in there. It's unlikely the Diamonds are going to go anywhere fast here, which is why their best bet is try and bat out these overs.
Yeah, there's two ways of doing it. Can you hit a quick fire 20 that takes the momentum with you into the break, even if you're all out early?
Oh, that goes up in the air, and she's cleared the infields. Well, fair play. That'll kick on, I'd imagine, and it does. Just disappears from our view for a moment. Ward has her first boundary, moves to 7. 154 for 8. 150 was brought up with that single earlier in the over. Only just cleared Kopak at mid-on, but once it was away, short boundaries down the ground here at Chelmsford. And a very good solid defence to meet the last ball of Scrivens' 6th over. None for 21 for her. Ward's on to 7. 154 for 8 it is. So, yeah, 11 overs to go after this. What do I know?
Yeah,
Go on, swing it.
I don't think we'll see a change at the far end, but I imagine we might see a change shortly at this Sir Alistair Cook end.
Who would you go? Gray's got 3 overs, I think it is, left. Yes, 3.
We've still got Kopak in the bank, and we've still got Jodie Grewcock. So
Kopak's got 6 left.
I have a fee. I might go Jodie Grewcock myself.
Yeah, against tailenders.
And keep Gray and Kopak up your sleeve.
Yeah.
That extra pace is nice for the tailenders sometimes.
Oh, lovely from Monroe.
Monroe might have other ideas and want to get to the point where nothing happens at this
Well,
end again.
some for a fifer.
So
she goes bang bang. Gray started today brilliantly today, didn't she? And has bowled well all the way throughout. But oh, that's bounced over the stumps. That was even closer than I realised. There was a noticeable bit of bounce on that again, wasn't there?
I think she
It
rolls
saved.
her fingers a little bit on that one, and it just grips a bit in the pitch. Not necessarily her pace on ball, but one that she just gives a bit of assistance to.
Mid-on's being removed. There's going to be 2 mid-wickets now. Not orthodox, 1 straight. Both catching. Oh, pace off again, past the edge. Levick didn't read that at all.
Oh, it's such good cricket, isn't it? It's great. I love a bowler with the skill that sort of just brings the game back into their favour, because we see so much of batters now.
Well, if the one before was an off break, that was certainly a leg cutter, wasn't it? A leg break.
Yeah.
I think that's real skill to go as a pace bowler to go from an off break to a leg break. And then one.
Pace on.
Yeah, into the block hole. Well dug out by Levick.
And Maddie Villiers is standing there at straight mid-wicket, so the way the day's gone so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see her in the action.
Yeah. Gripping cricket at the moment at Chelmsford. Classic game of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket here. Game of cat and mouse. So list A is always at its best when it's a bit of a game of a cat and mouse. You can a low scoring T20 can be a bit of a drag, but list A anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter if it's low scoring. It's that game of cat and mouse, that game of chess sometimes, isn't it?
Oh, I love 50 over cricket. I'm definitely in the camp where 50 over cricket is, especially in the women's game, because there is still that ebb and flow in the game. It's not just trying to hit the ball out of the park and play 20-20 for 1.5 times or 2.5 times.
Oh, speaking of, a little step to the pitch, just a single.
When you get to that bit where like you just don't know, am I twisting, am I sticking, do I go, how do I wrestle the momentum back? Like in the women's game, it is much more like a shift from T20 to 4-day cricket to play 50 over cricket as it stands, without the red ball cricket within our schedule. And I just think it really shows your skills for that period of time. And when you've got someone like Sophie Monroe in your team who has such amazing white ball skills, it's so hard for the opposition.
Mid-on taken out, Villiers gets around. Had to be sure with her hands there, could have squirted through and skipped away down the ground, but prevents even a single. Just a couple off Monroe's 8th over, 3 for 21. But yeah, I mean, I over the years I've watched. I mean, this day it's such a shame, really, isn't it? Because for the men's game, it's not dying a death, but it's the one that is most under threat to be removed from the calendar at every level. But you do get some wonderful games, and even if Uxbridge was always the Middlesex used to play at Uxbridge a lot, didn't they? Did Sunrisers ever play there?
We played an academy game there last year. I think Uxbridge obviously went through a bit of a cycle, didn't they? The
was it slow and low?
It changed a little bit, so
well, it used to be hard and fast.
Didn't play so much there.
Yeah, slow and low. A couple of championship games, and then there was a T20 game in particular there. You just couldn't get it off the square. But actually, that makes a brilliant watch for a List A game, because you're really asking the batters to manoeuvre and find runs and build innings, which I think it really is exactly what you're saying about the Charlotte Edwards, isn't it? And that's why I say, even, there's nothing wrong with a low-scoring List A game. Low-scoring T20 kind of denies the fans a little bit what they want, that excitement, but...
Yeah, and you often don't get low scoring because it's a difficult pitch. You get that because the pressure creates it, and you've got to go hard. And I think the problem in the men's game, from what I see from the outside of it, is they treat 50 over like it's T20 times 2.5.
Yeah. Well, there's some argument that it should go to 40 overs. I wouldn't suggest that for the Rachael Heyhoe at all. But there's some argument for the men's game that they'd like to switch it to 40 overs now, isn't there? But as you say, that's just
it's just T20 times 2, isn't it? And like, if you're going to play the game where you're going out hard and you want to score at 8 and 10 per over, then you've taken away the joy of that middle period where both teams will be trying to wrestle momentum for the last 10.
Yeah. Sharp fielding at backward points.
And they've tried a lot of things, haven't they, with different power plays. Like, one of the notable differences, the guys will play with more fielders out than we do. They play with 5 out, we play with 4 out. So they've tried to tweak it to bring it back to where it was, but quite simply, the grounds are not big enough for the power that the guys have.
I think a couple of noises there, leg side as well.
Yeah, they're stringing some dots together here. Pressure starts to build. You're wondering whether what you're doing out there as a batter if you're not scoring runs.
And you often talk about where you have to pick a bowler. There's no bowler to pick at the moment, is there? Plenty of experience. This Sunrisers attack. Kopak's dropping back at long on, deep mid on really. Oh, Thompson's the pads again, but again leg side. There goes the chatter again. She gets the most support from her teammates.
Very, very popular player within the group. Very popular player on the circuit. She's a fantastic addition to our squad, having joined us 2 years ago.
Yeah. I remember her arrival. Greeted to a great excitement. You were pleased with that one, weren't you?
I'm even more pleased now than I was then, when you see what a cricketer she's becoming. She's just a winner, though. She's got a great record in the 100 final. She's won more hundreds than there's actually been competitions almost. She goes from Oval Invincibles and picks up a trophy in her maiden season at London Spirit. So, like, if you come through a Surrey and a Stars system where you do get used to winning, you get used to getting over the finish line, and that's part of what we're looking to do, is bring cricketers in who bring that fight and that skill, but also that calmness under pressure when it comes to those important moments. She's been brilliant in finals. what's her? She took 3 for 2 for 13 or something, I think, in the final this year.
A slow ball from Monroe. She's got on a piece of string at the moment. And of course, she won the Kia Super League as well, didn't she? Before that.
Yeah, she's been in teams that have won, and look, she deserves a chance to win another thing. And hopefully, with Sunrisers, she'll be able to do that, or going forward in the domestic structure, she'll be able to do that, because she's a gritty competitor.
I was tentatively going to ask about any ideas for next year yet, which is a very difficult question, so it's not one that really needs to be pressed on. But here's Monroe again. Pace off, length ball. Oh, it just gets through Grucock. They'll get a single. The uncertainty. Is there much certainty for anybody yet? That's the way perhaps I'll ask it.
Yeah,
Gently,
I
politely.
think behind the scenes there are, but
Yeah.
there's things that obviously you've got
There's a lot
to
to
wait
happen,
for
isn't there?
process
Yeah.
to go through before you can start shouting about it. But I think that as the season goes on, there's been a busy period with a number of teams speaking to players, and the landscape changing slightly, really you are going to 9 teams, because Yorkshire are treating it as if they're already a professional side and they'll just wait a year. So
Yeah.
you've got competition for players out there, but it's all coming together slowly but surely.
Oh, that gets big. On Ward.
Put her back into it there, didn't she?
I guess there will be those that didn't make the cut for the professional team, and certainly a team that I followed for a few years are disappointed they didn't make the cut for that. There'll be a desire, won't there, to push to become, even though they haven't made the initial cut, there'll be a desire, I'm sure, to put pressure on to become a professional team at some stage, as the onus will be pushed back to those that didn't make it.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess what you want is now it to be an impetus to say, well, how do you invest? Create a talent structure that allows players to come through. If that hits the stump, she could be close.
Well, not too big an appeal, is it, from Carr and Co? See the replay of it now. It's just bumped back, wasn't it? But oh goodness me, it was a very, very late decision to go. Yeah,
it was tight, but it wasn't. A direct hit was the only thing that was going to trouble her, and it did bounce into it, but it didn't come through quickly, so she was safe in the end.
The change up of pace is too much at the moment for Levick and Ward from Monroe. She really is bowling well. Can't get this 4th wicket, 9th wicket. These two came together to score 148, so they've only added 10, but every little helps, and if they can just keep ticking down, and equally if they can get through this Monroe spell.
Yeah, they'll be aware she's only got 7 balls, 7 legal balls left in her.
Walled again. 6 left from Monroe. She's the end of her 9th. She's finishing with 3 for 23 so far. She'll be back for the final over for short. Ward 9, Levick 4. Partnership of 10 for the 9th wicket. 158 for 8. It'll be great to continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
I would say Grace Scrivens is going to have to be slightly careful here. If they don't pick up these last 2 wickets, Eva Gray got 2 left now. She's about to bowl her 9th. So these 2 could be out by the 45th.
Looking for a strike bowlers to finish it, isn't she? But as you say, Jodie Grucock get there in the end. Nicely struck, but straight to Scrivens.
Yeah, so just be slightly careful that you could find yourself like Kate Koppak still got overs in her. That's one of the obvious ones you would go to finish off at one end, and then you will be going to one of your spinners, whether it's Jodie. I doubt she'd throw Jo Gardner the ball at this stage of the game, so it's either herself or Jodie to finish off at the other.
Worked away nicely for a single by Ward, using to double figures. And not to be underestimated there, say former England under-19 international debut, but here for a reason. Young talent coming through. This might be the pinch point, mightn't it? Gray to Levick. Can Levick resist? Can she just push back? Gray just starting to get herself in. Ward, sorry, just starting to get herself in. 10 from 28 at the other end. Can Levick continue to resist and support? A nice stroke for a single. 2 to come, a Gray's over. That's, when we talk about batting out your overs, this is the reason why, isn't it? It's just try and eke out as many runs as you can. Talked about potentially trying to blast 20. Well, they've got 12 going so far at a slow rate, just nudging and nurdling. Compact's dropping back again for Ward. Goes back to deep mid-on. Oh, now it's almost gone through her legs, hasn't it? I think it has. It's hit the back leg. Just clips that back pad. But sliding down the leg side from Gray. Well dug out. Well bowled by Gray. So she's got one more to come. 161 for 8. What was her off that? The leg by and then 2 singles. They haven't got anywhere fast, but again, as you say,
they're creeping, aren't they? They're creeping to a total where you could have been looking at chasing 150. If you, that might have been a bit greedy, but 160 maybe. Now you're thinking they've got 7 overs left. If they're going at 2-3 and over, they'll be trying to put 180 plus on. 180 is like a bit of a psychological number, isn't it? When you look at it, it is. They'd love to get to 200. I think there'll be a few disappointed fielders if they get anywhere near that.
This feels like a big over. Monroe's last. If they can get through this, then who knows where they could go. Oh, well, first ball takes on Monroe. Single taken.
I think Eva Gray was a bit surprised that she was nearly in the action there.
Yeah.
But it's what you want as a bowler. You don't want people flat batting it behind a nice forward defensive, do you? You want them having a go, because that's how you're going to take their wicket.
Two mid wickets catching again for Levick. Slow ball again outside off from Monroe.
Levick went chasing, so you'll be heartened. She hasn't watched it go past. There's always a chance when you do that you get a little bit more on it than you want to.
Griffith doing the fielding at cover. The partnership. Both have faced enough balls now that to some extent you'd fancy their chances of batting through if they can keep their heads and just nudge and nurdle. Oh, well bowled. Looping into the block hole. Actually would have missed leg stump, Levick. In the end, stepping back to get her toes out of the way of it and get the bat down.
And nearly brought the second mid-wicket into play, didn't it?
Yeah. 2 balls left of the day. Sophie Monroe, 3 for 24. Oh. I think she bent her back on that one, didn't she? Just trying to burst through at the last. She's got 1 ball left.
Again, Levick chased it. Quite easy to just get a tickle through to the keeper on that one, so definitely wasn't in control of the shot there.
Well, she won't be able to beat Maddie Villiers' Wicket haul now. She might match it though. 4 for Villiers, 3 for Monroe. Her last ball, 3 for 24 so far. 3 for 25 it will be. Very good. Excellent economy from Monroe, just 2.5 and 63 for 8 after 44. Levick has 6, Ward has 11, but Monroe has some outstanding figures along with Villiers' 4 for. Something's got them chuckling down in the scorer's box there where they're also announcing. It's Gray continuing away. Down below us, it's looking away to our left. Graham Swan's brother, Alex Swan, the match referee, just in between us. Block hole delivery from Gray to start up. Well dug out by Levick. Last over for Gray then, 1 for 36. Probably bowled better than that. Certainly started exceptionally well. The form bowler, I guess, in terms of she's the one that's been playing the most of late.
Oh, that's well bowled, isn't it?
Given it's Gray's last, will Levick be able to resist and Ward? Will they just be able to settle in for this over and then take what they can from the final 5? Reputation that precedes her now, as we've been saying with Gray.
The danger sometimes is you've waited to see these two off, and the next bowlers are going to cause you
they will.
hopefully as much trouble. So sometimes it's a bit of a double-edged sword to think that you've got through it just because you've seen these guys. But as we said, Grace Scrivens took the gamble, threw the ball to probably the two that she would normally finish the game with, and now she's got to find some overs.
Oh, now that's edged down to deep third. Thick edge, nearly a top edge at the angle the bat came down in the end. Levick has a single. Yeah, there's no escape really, is there, for Diamonds, but you have to try and pick a bowler at some point. And if you're not getting away, if you're having trouble against Monroe and Gray as they are, as you'd expect them to, then they're just going to have to take their chance against somebody else. I guess having got this far against Gray and Monroe, having seen off Monroe and very nearly seen off Gray now as well, it would almost feel rash to give it away at this point.
It was a good challenge coming up for Kate Kopak. I would presume she's going to bowl one of the ends. She doesn't bowl at the death very often, so there's a good challenge for her to come back now and show what she's been working on and the skills that she's got. I find it hard to believe that she's going to have 2 spinners finishing the game.
Sliding down the leg side, very nearly. That could have almost ricocheted on. For Gray, end of the day for her, 1 for 38 from 10. She's bowled better than that.
It's another brilliant spell finished, isn't it? So over to a couple of the bowlers that have got a new skill, new role to play here. So it looks like Jodie Grucott's coming on at the Graham Gooch end, the far end from where we're sat here.
Yep, you called it. Grucott to be throwing the ball, and she has figures of none for 20 from 5.
The reality is we know how difficult Jodie Grucock is to score against. She gives you no pace. She bowls it tight at the stumps. So regardless of the stage of the match, it's a difficult one. She comes on and takes wickets of far higher rated, should we say, batters who've got themselves in. So hopefully she just does what she does here. Keep attacking the stumps.
And straight away that's what she does, but sliding down I think on that one.
Doesn't get much easier, does it?
No. No, it's a great challenge now for Diamonds. I mean, they often talk about pace bowlers to tailenders, don't they? But actually spin bowlers floating it up. That one's just a little short. And Ward able to work with it. Yeah, it's a hard temptation to resist, and then in the end, they sky one, don't they, tailenders against the spinners.
Yeah, some big boundary sets, so they do well to find your deep mid wicket and with this pace on the ball.
Oh, it's nicely bowled. That's the ball, isn't it? That little bit of flight, just missing the off stump. Any little grip on that and the bail would have been toppling off. A little straighter, going for those stumps, but down the leg side.
As you said earlier, Diamonds will be taking note of how they feel they can go about their innings. I'm sure Katie Levitt will be relishing the time she's spending out there, thinking, oh, I can't wait to have a bowl.
Oh dear, another one past the edge. Tough this for Levick. You almost wondered, does she need to get across and get in line? But the googly that Grewcock bowls will be very dangerous if she does that. She's trying to give herself room to see that ball. Tucked up wide again.
Yeah, her MO is to move slightly to leg side, and the ball is following her most of the time. She's not really looking to get outside off and create an angle, which is tough for lower order batters anyway. That as soon as you create that angle, you need to be certain you're going to hit the ball, and there's a reason why people don't all bat in the top 6, aren't there?
Yeah.
So if you look at our batting order today, I think most of them would actually claim that they should bat in the top 6. So even Kate Kopak, who's now taking the ball at this end, will point out that she's got a handy average for a number 11 batter.
Here she comes.
Now she's got to do her primary skill for the team, and
only 4 overs so far, 4 for 19. Scrivens 6 overs, none for 21. But I guess to some extent she backed Kopak here just to blast them out. Talk about it being a death bowler. The job really still is just hit the top of off, isn't it? Block hole first up, it nearly squirts through, but yeah, those death over skills for Gray and Monroe. For Kopak, I think it's just keep it on that off stump, really, isn't it?
yeah, I think it's just keep the stumps in play every ball, make the batters do the work. As soon as you drop short, they are going to be good enough to pick it up. But if you're keeping the stumps in play, you're making their life difficult.
Swinging hard, leg side delivery. They'll look for 2, just a single. Ward moves to 14. The partnership moves to 19.
That Ward's trying to be proactive, isn't it? As you can see, she's looking to use her feet. She's looking to attack, but there's not much there for her at the moment.
Shown plenty of potential, hasn't she, on her debut here? Oh, wow. Block hole delivery, dug out. Well, indeed, it wasn't dug out, it was the toe. I'm surprised there wasn't a bigger appeal. If that was just the toe. Maybe, I mean, Levick has been staying leg side, hasn't she? So we're a slight angle at long on here.
That looks like it was missing leg, wasn't it? Though how she managed to kick it past the stumps at that angle, that's a good skill.
I guess from that point of view, getting leg side, it's not a bad tactic, is it, from Levick? Just back herself to get the bat on it if it's online. Now, that is a very, very good shot from Ward. She moves to 18, 172 for 8, stepping across, using the pace of Kopak. We haven't seen much of that today at all, have we? From any of the Diamonds players. Something we talked about, the sweep, that's more a paddler scoop, isn't it?
You talk about white ball skills with bowlers, but actually those skills at the death overs of a limited overs game for batters to have the confidence to square themselves up and just let the ball hit the bat.
Oh, full bunger. It'll be a no ball called, waist high full toss. Have to be a little bit careful now, of course, because 2 of those and you're out of the attack.
Yeah, so definitely an attempted slower ball that didn't quite come out right.
Yeah, just been given the warning. That's your 1, and here's the signal of the free hit as well.
Do you know the thing that I find funny? And like, if it's endangering a player, 100%, let's eradicate it. she comes in and bowls the free hit.
Oh, dot ball, she gets away with it. So it's just a single because only one for the no ball.
How many times in an innings does a batter play a full shot and they get away with it? And you encourage them to be inventive, play your own game. Like look, something like Maddie Ward just did, where she squared herself up and looked to paddle it over her shoulder. If that goes wrong in your bowler, you go, well done for trying.
Quick single take, and you're starting to sound like Angus Fraser.
Yeah, but as a game, when you have a rule where it's not endangering a batter, but you bowl 2 of those and they get taken off, you're not encouraging a bowler to develop their skills under pressure, are you? So I do find it slightly frustrating. I am a bowler, I don't mind being compared to Angus Fraser from a cricketing perspective or from a human perspective. He's
From a
fantastic
grumpy perspective.
guy. I'm as grumpy as anyone. From a grumpy old lady over here. But I just find it frustrating for the batters that you do it once, you get a warning, and you're not going to do it again because you're straight out the attack and you've got a level 1 and you're paying a fine and your team are penalised. Whereas if it's not endangering the batter, if she's bowling it at a pace where there's no harm going to be caused, or if it doesn't hit them on the body, then let it go. It's a no ball, it's a free hit. That's enough punishment.
This is a great line, wasn't it? Batsman's game.
So is.
Gus said famously on the side, I think it was an out ground somewhere, wasn't it, years ago, and he was down at long leg and one of the press not chirped away at him, but mischievously asked a question. Oh, reverse from Ward. Now again, this is just something we talked about earlier, didn't we? Sweeps, reverses. We haven't seen any of it really today. We've seen a paddle and now and a reverse from Ward. Down the track she comes, heaves that one up in the air, just short. Miller out on the boundary.
We were saying earlier it was a big boundary, weren't we? That you have to hit it quite well to pick out that fielder. Certainly with the lack of pace from Jodie Grucock. But so yeah, Maddie Ward's playing a great little knock here. She's trying things. She's backing herself. She's backing her skills.
That's driven down to long on. Single taken. 176 for 8.
I think the heart that Sunrisers batters will take from this is that number 8 and 9, who in 8, 9, 10, Jack, as you referred to earlier, are finding the pace of the pitch once you get in something that they can deal with. So you just got to take heart that while you're trying to chip away and it might not be going, obviously the run rate has slowed, that when you go out there you've got the pace of the wicket, do the simple things well and rack up partnerships.
Shots are coming out now. Well, we talked about it, didn't we, that they'd have to pick a bowler, and they're picking Grucock, which could be very dangerous.
I think they tried to pick Kate Kopak in the last over, but that's probably a symptom of the fact that we have 2 overs and 1 ball left and you've got to go. And there's a wicket. Came down the wicket. One thing I wouldn't do against Jodie Grucock, though, is come down the wicket, because, as we said earlier, it's nice to call her a leg spinner at times. She herself would probably admit that she doesn't turn it massively off the square, but the top spin she gets, if you do try and use your feet, often it's on you a lot quicker than you think, and she's got a number of batters out over her very short but already exciting and hopefully very long career to come by coming down the wicket. It's quite a dangerous tactic. But okay, we're getting closer.
That was a good partnership, wasn't it, though? They've came together with the score on 148, so they've added 28. You mentioned 180 being starting to get to a dangerous milestone. You just have to mind your work. So Ward gone for a very good 20 from 44. She can really be proud of her work. But yeah, they obviously elected to pick a bowler, see off Gray and Monroe, and see where they could go thereafter, try and pick it up. Just 12 deliveries left of the innings. 1 for 23 from 7 from Grucock. Rachael Slater, the last batter.
Grace Scrivens has given herself a bowl now. Kate Kopak got one at the last last time around at this end. Going to spin at both ends, probably just seeing how difficult it is to create pace, and having that extra pace, like Kate Coppett does get it through, that it just causes a challenge for the lower order batters in terms of controlling them. Like an edge is probably more valuable, isn't it? When you got pace on the ball, it will fly away and get you runs.
Single first up for Levick to start the over, so that means Slater will have the strike against Scrivens. Deep square comes up to Gardner. Deep mid-wicket still back. Deep cover, long off and long on. He's going to float it up there then. Oh, rocks back, punches down the ground. Slater's done well to manufacture that actually for a single. Although to some extent with square coming up, she might have felt she'd missed out that she didn't manage to manufacture it square of the wicket. Or either side of Gardner, it could have been runs. Gardner drops back once more. Oh, Levick now, heaving it back down the ground. End is nigh one way or another. 10 balls or 1 wicket. What would come in those 10 balls though? Tense moment. 180, 178 for 9. Dropping short. Sweeper's back. Maddie Villiers back in her usual position out on the ropes. Just a single. For 101 at one point was that collapse for Northern Diamonds. They were 47 without loss. Oh, it's short again. She gets away with it, nearly gets the wicket. Maybe just needs to give it a little bit more flight here, Scrivens, but saying that, she's only conceded 4 singles off her 5 balls. But she's got the field set for it with long off and long on back, although saying that, Kopak's coming up now to long off, so you'd imagine it'll be the same length we've seen so far in the over. Now that goes up in the air, it's going to land safe in between 3. Mid-wicket retreating, deep mid-wicket coming in, long on also, they've come back for 2. Ball landing safe. 182 for 9, 1 over to come. Levick moves to 12. Slater will have the strike, so she'll need to drop the single for Levick, and they are very close now to batting out their overs. They've done as good as they can, really, to bat out their overs, even if they were to fall now. It's been a good job by the tail just to hang in there from that collapse from 47 without loss to 148 for 8.
Yeah, like you say, it's been a really good list day match, hasn't it? Like it was looking pretty comfortable for the batters at one point. 47 for none, as you said, and then a couple of wickets went and they rebuilt again with Langston and Callis in the middle. Then another mini collapse, 3 for 12, I think it was, that went for there. So, and then rebuilding here. Like, I think whichever way you look at it, you ask yourself to bat first on what isn't a bad wicket. It's a wicket you have to work hard on, but it's not a tricky wicket by any means. You're definitely looking to score 250 plus. So whichever way you look at it, Sunrisers will be incredibly pleased with the work that we've done to get here.
Grewcock with the last over, swept in the air, just out of reach. Scrivens, the skipper at square leg, going up for it. They're going to come back for 2. Throw comes to Carr, and they'll get back.
They ran that very well.
Yeah.
One person you don't always want to run to is Flo Miller's arm, but you have to have a go at this point, and this is where it's dangerous. You don't want it to start turning into 195, 200. Like, every one of the next 5 balls is important. They're going to have a go, so.
She goes again, drags it straight to Scrivens. Oh, they'll come through for the single. Put pressure on the fielder. And quickly along the 4, scuttling along that square. Sun's come out again for the end of the innings. It's burst into our commentary box.
Yeah, I'm probably a little bit redder than I should be sitting here. I underestimated that. Didn't put any sun cream on to come and sit inside.
Oh, that's block hole again. Yeah, this is, honestly, I mean, I'm already
You're
cramped into the corner. Get away from it.
Go get you an umbrella or something, shall we?
Over the years, I've been stood up. I've been almost sat up on the bench behind us to try and get out of the sun in here. Now, this is eased away into the offside. They get a quick single. Griffiths quick across the outfield at cover. It was always going to be one, though.
That's right, it's a bit of late summer tan by the time it turns into something. It'll be okay.
Be complaining in a week or two, won't we?
Yeah.
Longing for next April.
Well, I'm hoping we haven't had a great summer, so surely we're going to get a nice September and October.
Well, let's hope so.
Surely, a bit of an Indian summer. I
Let's
have no
hope
idea what that actually means.
No, I know,
I hear
yeah.
people talk about it all the time. I have no idea what the actual definition or terminology is there.
Yeah, I don't know, but let's hope for one for sure. What are they doing with the field? They're just bringing extra cover around a little bit wider on the boundary. This is heaved away into the onside again from Slater. Single for her. Last ball of the innings to come then. It'll be Levick to have strike. 13 from 38. They've got up to 187 for 9. What can this last ball bring? Mid-off's up. Can Levick try and go over? She stays leg side of the ball, doesn't she? Can she try and go over Eva Gray? I think that's what she might have had in mind, but it's a block hole delivery and it's dug out for a single. 188 for 9 is the score. Sunrisers will be delighted with that. From 47 without loss. Diamonds have given themselves a little bit of a chance with 40 added for the last 2 wickets. But an innings break where, well, Diamonds winning the toss and batting first, I'm sure they'd have had a lot more in mind than that. So again, 47 without loss. I think Sunrisers will be pretty happy.
Yeah, I would have said that would be all we could have asked for at the beginning of the game. Look, we wanted to have a bat first. We knew that it was going to be a good pitch to bat on, so we wanted to do what they chose to do, which was try to take control of the game. I think from any objective standpoint, they haven't taken control of the game with the opportunity that they had, and we've now got to go out there and with a strong batting order, a very strong batting order that goes all the way down. Make sure that we do the simple things well, that we build the partnerships, that you're chasing 3.76 and over. So you're not looking at something that you have to blast yourself way out of the game. If we can stay ahead of the rate from early doors, then we'll be looking to chase this down. But yeah, half a job done.
Danny
Let's see where we go.
Danny Ryan, thanks very much. We'll be back after the break. Play to resume at precisely 12.
Well, I don't think it's going to start at 12 p.m. somehow, but I think it'll be 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Yes.
It's, almost. So we have half an hour, and we've killed 2 minutes by talking here.
Yep.
So
let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get ourselves some lunch, Kev.
189 is the target. Join us back in a little while. Eye on it though. It's first ball for Monroe. It's probably done the most of the day so far. That won't do too much on that length. Up in the air it goes. Pulled hard. Over mid third now and deep backward square leg. As that's cut through. Point. Deep third won't move for that. Did just have a look to see. That is beautifully timed again. Marlowe gets that one away for a boundary. We saw one like in the air and gone. Backward point takes the catch. And Sunrisers have the breakthrough. The final ball of power play 1. picked up on our effects, Mike, you might be able to hear at home. Not quite the gusts of Storm Lillian that hit the country over the weekend. Oh, opening up to that one. Armitage didn't particularly turn. She gets that one. There we go, forcing hard. It was a thickish edge. Gets away in front of backward points. Sunrisers would love another one to add to this now. Well, that's short, and it's dollied up, and Gray takes the cap.
Out here.
Oh, chipped up. Gray with a dolly again at mid-wicket. It was a dolly before to get Armitage. It is as necessarily the need for short fine leg. Oh, now brings the LBW as well. Well, did she get into the mind? Necessarily the need for short fine leg. Oh, now brings the LBW as well. Well, nicely done for the single. Oh, and it just gets through. Skipper Scrivens goes over. A little bit of tap in recent overs. Oh, drags that one short, and it's away down fine. No chance for Carr. She made a valiant
The point where you've run up it so many times, you think you have to.
Lovely ball from Villiers. A big appeal goes up. Weatherfolk talking about Storm Lillian. Oh, Bolzer! Well, Monroe's change of
Innings.
Yeah. Top edge. Carr runs for it. The bowler's under it. Monroe holds on. Caught and bowled. Her second wicket. 2 for Monroe to continue. Bolzer! Swing across the line. The pressure tells. Glenn falls for 4. 148 for 8.
Into the break, even if you're all out early.
All that goes up in the air, and she's cleared the infield. Well, fair play. That's on it if it's online. Now, that is a very, very good shot from Ward. She moves to 80. Very dangerous.
I think they tried to pick Kate Kopak in the last over, but that's probably a symptom of the fact that we have 2 overs and 1 ball left, and you've got to go. And there's a wicket. Came down the wicket. One thing I wouldn't do against Jodie Grewcock, though, is come down the wicket, because, as we said earlier, it's nice to call her a leg spinner at times. She
Let it try and go over. She stays leg side of the ball, doesn't she? Can she try and go over Eva Gray? I think that's what she might have had in mind, but it's a block hole delivery and it's dug out for a single. 188 for 9 is the score. Sunrisers will be delighted with that. From 47 without loss. Diamonds have given themselves a little bit of a chance.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Chelmsford, where the chase is about to get underway. Sunrisers taking on Northern Diamonds in the the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy here in Essex, one of the stakeholders of Sunrisers, along with Middlesex and Northamptonshire. And at this point, you'd probably say noses in front to the hosts. 189 posted by the Northern Diamonds, who were 47 without loss at one stage, 148 for 8, but they recovered to 189. And out to open Scrivens and Gardner for Sunrisers. And we're underway with a ball just outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. Slater left arm over. Useful angle of attack. Any ground, any situation to have a left armour. One slip in place. Deep backward points, deep backward square. And it's deep backward point that'll have to get a move on. Just a single for Scrivens, gets her off the mark. Gardner on to strike. Interesting to see how Sunrisers approach the power play here. It's a modest target, a required rate of 3.79, not something really to be too perturbed about. Flight on this. Oh, now right up there, floated up there almost, with a little bit of shape on it. Gardner closing the face, looking towards the onside. It's a dot ball as it trickles away into the off. Big match at the end of the group stage, this one. This is full, driven as far as mid-off, dot ball. Yeah, they got off to a decent start. Marlowe and... well, they all did to some extent, but that little mini collapse in the middle. Ball's down the leg side. It's a quick single taken. I am terribly sorry for everybody tuned in wherever you are around the world if that mute button didn't just work then. Maybe a little bit of late season hay fever's just got to me. I stretched for the mute button. I'm fearing it didn't work. My apologies at home if I've just blown the ears off a few people. Hopefully I haven't got ear pods in. Might have just been coming out like one of the old Acme cartoons. I think Mark, my producer's, thank you Mark, bless me. Here's a length ball, it's edged away along the floor, just a little dabble from Scrivens. Through it goes. My apologies, Mark, and the rest, whose ears were clearly just blown off by that then. Mute button at the ready for the remainder of the day in case hay fever is kicking in. 2 without loss after the opening over here. The message from Mark, who's in another studio. Here at Chelmsford, you definitely missed the mute button. I cannot apologise enough. To you all at home, around the world, wherever you are, hope the ear pods haven't just been blown themselves, let alone blown out of the ears. Right, Scrivens has one. Gardner has the strike. My leg by in that opening over. 2 without loss. And it's Slater from the Graham Gooch end with a slip in place. She's right arm over. In she comes. Toe end of the bat. Bottom toe end of the bat for Gardner, fortunately, not the very toe end itself, nor a top edge which could have flown. I'm surprised my phone hasn't lit up more. On that front, it's usually the moment when you never know who's tuned in, then all of a sudden you find out when something goes wrong. Here's
Length ball onto the hip. Gardner tries to ride it. Able to do so. The ball falls away into the offside. Maybe thinking Alan Coleman, Managing Director of Cricket at Middlesex, indeed of Sunrisers as well. Will change for next year, those who are discussing with the return to the counties, some of which will be professional, some will be semi-professional. Edged away. There's a deliberate element to that for Gardner. They're thinking too as deep third comes around, holds them to a single. Even with the slip in place, Gardner happy to run. First ball for Scrivens from Langston. Onto the spot, eased away into the offside. Good again from Langston. Tucking up Scrivens. One slip still crouching down. Right arm over to the left-hander remains the mode of attack. We saw a little bit of swing early this morning. Not much seam, and a little bit of width there, and Scrivens will go with that. The sweeper is set back, so just a single. Three without loss. On to 2 overs. A solid start in pursuit of 189. For Sunrisers, do they gamble a wicket at all in this opening passage of play, the power play? Slater again, left arm over, second over, just 2 off the first. One of those a leg by. Nicely onto the spot. Scrivens happy to wait on it. He's the single, and they're nudging and nurdling through the start here, Sunrisers, which is probably advisable. Partnerships build, runs come a little bit easier. Been in for a long time. Keep wickets in hand. I think there's no real doubt that Sunrisers will achieve this chase. Diamonds will know they need wickets, and they need them at the top. Nicely steered by Gardner. Thinking 2, she's run the first. Back she comes. That's cracking running. Put the pressure on the fielder. I think there's a bit of exasperation there from Slater as to how there were 2 on that occasion, but there was. Gardner wanted it. Beautifully bowled, well played by Gardner. Block hole from Slater. Gardner watchful. The swing on it for the left-hander. There's definitely left arm. There's definitely a little bit of movement out there at this stage. Slight gentle breeze keeping the temperature down a fraction here on a warm sunny day. Yes, no. No is the correct call in the end, I think. Gardner wanted it. No from Scrivens. No need for a run out at this stage, that's for sure.
So he's got an interesting approach, a real skip halfway through. Often see a skip to start. You almost see a skip at the end sometimes from a bowler. Just as they're about to launch, but just skip midway through from Slater. I'll watch it again a little closer now. Sets off below our commentary position here at the river end. There's one skip to start, then there's another one. And then she's in. Oh, past the edge. Has she taken the edge? She has. Gardner's head snapped around quickly on that one, angled across. The right-hander. Slater has the breakthrough in the third over. Good line of length. She's been bringing it back in, bringing it back in. That one just held its line across the right-hander, and Gardner's got to go. Falls for 3. 7 for 1, the breakthrough. Diamonds know they need early wickets here. They've got a huge one in Gardner. Brings Cordelia Griffith to the middle. Confirmation Wall taking a catch behind the stumps. So Griffith comes out to join Scrivens, former opener. Opens for so many years with Naomi Datani. Now dropped to 3. But back with the very regular opener in this Sunrisers side now. Grace Scrivens, the skipper. Silly mid on in place for Griffith. Interesting move for the left armour, who well, follow through is almost going to be in front of the nose of short mid on. This ball's outside off. Driven away in between point and cover. Lovely shot by Griffith, and it might get full reward. Boy, oh boy, that's some drive. 4 runs it is. Lovely shot. First boundary of the innings for Sunrisers. Welcome end to the over after the loss of Gardner, who was caught behind. Forward defence, just a gentle prod forward, really. Very, very good piece of bowling from Slater. Bit of boundary to finish. As see Langston continue from the Graham Gooch end. Beth Langston, 31 years of age. 32 on September 6th. Harold Wood, as we were saying, just around the corner. Northern supercharger, as well as an Oval Invincible. Part of the Welsh Fire as well. 4 ODIs and 2 T20s for England. Ten 100 matches. Three wickets taken. Average of 65. Picked up one for 26 against Spirit, one for 17 against Rockets, and one for 8 against Brave, and one for 11 against Phoenix in the last match at Cardiff for Fire. England debut way back in 2013. Bridgetown, East West Indies. Goodness me, we're better to make your debut than Bridgetown, Barbados. Just 2 slips in place for Griffith. Oh, and she bowls a beaut. That's a lovely ball. Goodness me. Pace and bounce on that one. Griffith well beaten. That's a gorgeous delivery. Took a 6 for in that match between these sides at York.
Onto the pads. Griffith halfway forward, but going down the leg side. Nothing from the bowler, only the slips, nothing from the keeper either. Very tellingly on those two. Edged. Oh, put down. That was sharp. It went quickly low to the right. Well, Glenn it was. My apologies, Callis. Low to her right, she'll be disappointed. Forward, getting a good stride in to try and get behind that one. It was a lovely ball, that penultimate ball. There were a few crackers on with pace and bounce. Edge, one that took the edge, and that last one as well, heading up on the splice. Very, very good over from Beth Langston. 12 for 1 the total. Here at Chelmsford. That has probably laid down a bit of a marker. A lot of batting to come, all the way down to 11, as Danny Warren said. Moira Carr, Jodie Grucock, Maddie Villiers, Alice McLeod, Florence Miller, Copac Gray, Monroe. You do go all the way down. Well, that's leg side. Umpire loses its hat as well, and keeper's lost the ball. It's all happening out there. Wides will be signalled, and 4 of them. They scurried through at the same time, so scoreboard will tick along to 17 for 1. Every little and low scorer helps. That'll frustrate Diamonds. They want to tighten that up quickly. Skip to get going. Skip to charge up again. And a sumptuous jive to meet it from Scrivens. We get a couple here through the covers. Hasn't gone fully through with it. 19 for 1. Loss of Gardner hasn't particularly slowed them, but those 4 wides, 5 wides indeed, helping greatly. Something's upset Scrivens. Left arm over to the left-hander. Skippy will have to start again. Top for marks later. Sort of holds, played by Scrivens over the top of it. It's cut away hard, nicely done by Scrivens, punished. Width from Slater, 4 for Scrivens, into the 20 Sunrisers. Nicely played again, but watchful from Scrivens. You can see that was almost a little inside out. Nicely bowled. Straightening ball from the left armour over the wicket to the left-hander. Saw that one hold its line to Joe Gardner, take the edge through to the keeper. Can she set Scrivens up in the same way? Get one to carry on its line, beat that inside edge. Scrivens finds room on that one. Beat the infield though. Dot ball to end the over, 23 for 1. Scrivens has 10, Griffith has 4. Slater 1 for 19 from her. 3 overs now. Back to Langston. It's nice. On the spot straight away to Griffith. Flat bats that one down into the offside. Dead bats that one, I should say, down into the offside. Cordelia Griffith. 28 years of age. Another September birth, September 19th, Islington born. Stands up tall to this one. He played into the offside. Manchester original and over invincible. And London Spirit as well. Essex women. Sapphires, Middlesex. England Academy women. 300 appearances yet to make that England call up. So he goes. Langston again. This ball's played down to mid-on. Dot ball it is. 17 against Invincibles for Spirit, 10 for Spirit against Fire, 19 against the Invincibles prior to that, 17 against the Fire and 21 against Phoenix, but been a while since she's had a knock, and he once made it into the 20s in the 100. All leg side whipped away into deep backward square, a single taken, 24 for 1. It'll steer into the onside ball. Yeah, tight defeat at York between these, a low scoring affair, as we were saying. Danny Warren on commentary just before the break. That's all bowled. Solid defence from Scrivens. No run, so 109 they were all out for Sunrisers in that match. 111 for 6. Chase down inside 25. Griffith didn't play that one for Sunrisers. Scrivens and Gardner opening. Gardner got 21, Scrivens just 5. Alice McLeod came in at 3, hit 19. Then Grucock 5, Villiers 0. Saran Kumar got 18. Flo Miller a duck, so too. Amara Carr, Eva Gray with 11. Sophie Monroe with 14. Kate Coppack with 6. But it was that 6 for 24 from Beth Langston that really stood out. She's got none for 4 from her 3 so far here. 24 for 1. Slater's off again. Right up there, Griffith looking to drive. Come on, girls, from somewhere in the field is the cry. Leg side on this occasion. Just leg by. Griffiths trying to steer it around the corner. In fact, there was a little bit of bat on it. Did get a steer on it. Single taken. Should be a game of cat and mouse, this one, a game of chess. Sunrisers having lost Gardner, they haven't really got at it in the power play, nor should they now. If they were knocked down, you'd think maybe there'd be some sort of temptation to throw the bat. Again, if they bat their overs, you'd put a fair bit on Sunrisers winning this match. Quite a mighty attack to see off though, including this opening pair, who started nicely. 47 on the board before they lost their first wicket, Diamonds. Leg side on that one, single taken. 25 for 1. Perhaps a little surprise, I haven't got a slip in place at the moment. Onus is on Diamonds to take wickets here. Leg side on this occasion, how's that? It was the cry from behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler. That was very close to it as well, whether there was a little inside tickle. Helicopter noisily buzzing overhead. A quiet bank holiday here at Chelmsford. Usually a busy ground, motorway or A road behind, dual carriageway. Often hear emergency vehicles buzzing up and down. A wide signal on this one, but also just the general noise of the motorway in the background. Sedate bank holiday in Chelmsford. That's nice, right up there in defending. You can see the helicopter disappearing into the distance actually now, descending down behind the pavilion. Glint of sun catches it. I think it's yellow in colour, not one I recognise. Doesn't see it Lords, the police helicopter and a various few others. Air ambulance dashing overhead. That one's dipping down somewhere, landing just away behind the pavilion. A mile, maybe 2 down the road. End of the 7th over here, 27 for 1. Grab the attention of a few, I think, watching that copter descend in behind the pavilion. Gentle sprinkling of a crowd in on a bank holiday for this one. No other cricket going on around the country other than the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Here's Langston. Clipping off a leg, Scrivens. Picks up a single down to long leg. In fact, the field is wider than I realised. It's for a very tight little tuck away. Other side, a dab for a single by Scrivens. She's playing this nicely so far, the skipper. 16 from 21. Nudging and nurdling, and well, the occasional nurdle will bring 4 like that last one did. Two slips in place for Langston. Extra bit of pace. It's looking to draw the edge. It's not the fastest of surfaces, this Chelmsford one though, so perhaps not one
Let's play into the hands of Langston. Maybe give Sunrisers a bit more of a chance than they had at York, and that's 6 for. That's short, pulled in the air, but pulled safe. Through a straight mid-wicket, bisects mid-wicket and mid-arm. In the air for a fair while. A tall straight mid-wicket may have had a chance, but it was a reasonably good contact though from Griffith. She's on to 10, 36 for 1. Forward goes Griffith, pushing into the onside. Oh, that's nice. There it goes, past the edge. Griffith looking for the late cut. Slams into the gloves of the keeper. End of the 8th. 36 for 1. Pretty even Stevens. 47 for 1 was the fall of the last ball. Power play 1 in the Diamonds innings. So Sunrisers there or thereabouts. Change of bowling. Slacer's done. It's going to be spin into the attack early. Oh, launches one into the block hole. A big puff of dust. I did wonder if this may be a tactic. Diamonds went too quickly. Levick throwing the ball early. Cut away. Single. Solid defence from Griffith. The one that she stays there for long enough, the runs will tick over. That's nice. Got away, giving herself a little bit of room. Cover will get round, hold them to a couple. Griffith is quick. Missed out on this one. Griffith left poised in the stance. And he really is taking 4 for Sunrisers. That's why Levick's been given the early go here. Grewcock bowled well as well. Scrivens coming in. Leg side on that one. And a wide signalled. Griffith looking for the sweep. Oh, launched by Griffith. Biggest shot of the day. Down the ground it goes for 6. Huge pick up from Griffith. Gets her going. Gets Sunrisers motoring. 46 for 1 at the end of the 9th. Griffith moves to 18. Scrivens 17.
Let's continue. From the Graham Gooch end, slip in place. Around the wicket to tuck up Scrivens here. Langston. Economical start she's had, number 13. 4.2 overs. Delays run up on that one, something put her off. Oh, leg side. That's a very fine glance from Scrivens. In fact, leg buys. No bat involved. Thought from this angle I could detect the bat. Perfectly in line for that one. It's the 50 up for Sunrisers. 50 for 1. Comes up with the leg buys. Scrivens remains on 17. Griffith was 18. They've made a good fist of this so far at the start. Remember, 47 for 1 was the Diamonds score at the end of power play 1. It's driven away through the covers. Lovely shot. Glorious shot indeed. And it's 4 runs. Scrivens into her 20s. 54 for 1. Nicely dabbed down to deep third. Leg side again from Langston. Gets away with it. Griffith's asking how. There's one in the Sunrisers or Diamonds innings that went away down the leg side. She must have clipped the pad. Umpire detecting it again on this occasion, I assume. End of the over. It's the end of the power play. 55 for 1. Sunrisers bettering the Diamonds power play, winning the toss this morning. All outs for 180, well, 188 for 9 indeed it was. Swept nicely by Scrivens. Sweeper set back, so it's just a single. See many sweeps at all in the Diamonds innings. Plenty of chatter in the field still.
Side, wide signals. Griffith again going hard at the sweep, perhaps a little bit too hard. You really need to get a tickle on it around the corner, don't you? And it's away. Take the wide though. That stroke nicely. Just a single again with the sweeper set back. Flight punched away nicely by Griffith, by Scrivens, standing up tall to that. To the covers. Good stop. Cover. So it's potentially a boundary. Top ball to finish the over. 11 done, 59 for 1. 189 the target, but remember that collapse. 47 without loss to 148 for 8 for Diamonds. Cost them dear. Did recover it. 40 runs for the last 2 wickets though. Out those overs. 59 for 1. Catherine Fraser it's going to be from the Graham Gooch end. So a double spin attack. Break to the left-handed Scrivens, slight misfield, they think about the single, it's not there. With once more, cut away for the single. The wicket now for Griffith. Nicely flighted. Griffith in position earlier to wait on that ball, turn to mid-wicket. Good cricket all round. Patience from Sunrisers still key for them. Undoubtedly in this chase is patience. Oh wow. Not quite what Griffith intended. A dolly for the bowler, caught and bowled. Fraser strikes in her opening over. Disappointment for Griffith. Looking to charge, looking to swing into the space on the onside. Only a leading edge and a comfortable catch for the bowler. 60 for 2 in the 12th. Real disappointment for Griffith. She heads back for pretty useful 19. They were setting up nicely, the pair. Partnership was worth 53 for the second wicket. Not to be today, though, for Griffith. Jodie Grucock will come out and replace her, batting at 4. Applause for Griffith's efforts. But not to be at Chelmsford. So here's Grucock, bowled nicely today. Villiers was the star of the show with the ball, she'll be in soon. Monroe bowled nicely as well.
First ball for the left-hander. Around the wicket, Fraser. 2 lefties to look at now, but it's nicely played. And in fact, it's perfectly played. Beats the fielder. 4 runs for Grewcock off the mark first ball. That's not a bad start. Flight again. Solid defence. End of the over then. Griffith was caught for 19, caught and bowled by Fraser, 1 for 5 off her first over. 64 for 2 after 12 Sunrisers. Phoebe Turner will be running away from our commentary position above the river here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. On the spot straight away. Scrivens tucked up slightly by that one. She looked to work it into the onside. Just a little defensive dab in the end. That's beautifully played. Little guide around the corner. That's outstanding cricket. Scrivens just using the pace, working with it, getting the angle right, getting the placement perfect in front of the long leg for 4. Just dropping a fraction short here, Turner, and opening over. Slight drag down. Placement, the timing, outstanding from Scrivens. Now, that one goes up in the air and goes down. Oh, and they're going to come back for 2. Diamonds a little off it there. Young keeper on the run. Nearly another top edge skied to the hands of the Diamonds, but this one lands safely. Scriven thought she was in trouble. Keeper going for it as well. It was just out of reach. Required a dive at the last. Couldn't quite manage it. Slight frustration was the failure for those around to support the keeper and get there to get that throw in, which got him back for a second. For 2, becomes 71 for 2 with another wide. Just want to tighten up here, Diamonds. So they've seen in their own innings, it only takes a couple of wickets and all of a sudden it's on. Tuck by Scrivens. Single taken to end the over. 72 for 2. Scrivens 32, Grewcock 4. Still a wee
be back in Sunrisers at this point. 5.54. That run rate, the required 3.16. Very, very good start. They're pacing this well at the moment. They've just got to be careful of that wickets column. Diamonds will know that. Fraser floats one up to the left-hander. This is crucial as well. Off break to the two left-handers. Floated under the nose of Scrivens, resisting any temptation. Little dab, 32 to her name. She's there at the end, potentially a century to be had for the skipper. She's there at the end, there's no doubt. Sunrisers win. And that one life in the last over. Just a single. Chatting away in the field as much as they should. Start here from Fraser, 1 for 6. Her second over. Can she get out of it? Grucock sweeps her fine. A little bit of flight, rolling the wrists over the top of it, Grucock. And rolling the wrists for 4. She got off the mark with the boundary. Now she finds another to double her tally. 77 for 2 after 14. Nicely done. Getting it away down the leg side. Turner tucking up Scrivens. She's done well there to get the single just behind. Backward point, there wasn't much to work with for Scrivens. Just a moment's pause before the next delivery for Grucock. This works well. Sweeper's back, just a single. This is all they need to do though. Required rate of 3.1, 3 singles and over. Should be a stroll in the park on a bank holiday Monday for Sunrisers this, but Diamonds will very much have other ideas with a couple of wickets. Creates something of a wobble. No ball called. That will frustrate. Free hit for Scrivens. Overstepping from Turner. They've just been a little loose with their extras here so far. Scrivens will check the field. Mid-off's up. Let's go around all of them. In fact, there's a deep third, quite fine. Backward points, deep cover, extra cover. Mid-off and mid-on are up. Mid-wicket up. Deep square and long leg are back. She's going to have to bowl this on a length to try and beat the top of off. Scrivens, you'd imagine, will try and go down the ground. Oh, it's a low full toss and it's thumped straight to mid-on. Scrivens will miss out. She'll survive because it's a free hit from the no ball. But the full banger, it is hard to get away a low full toss, but Scrivens will be really kicking herself there. Fair play to Turner, went for the Yorker. Turned into a low full toss. I do say if you're going to miss the Yorker one way or the other, then go long, not short. Shorts into the slot and a half volley, which can go down the ground, either in the air or a straight drive. If you go long, then a low full toss is hard to get away, as Scrivens just proved. Onto the pads with this one. Get a single the next ball. It's one for a no ball in women's cricket. And the free hit, not costly at all. Two's come with the over for Turner. 4 off it so far with the no ball. The dot ball there. Puff of dust as it goes through to the keeper. Drew Cockle feels she's missed out a little bit there outside off stump. End of the 15th, 81 for 2, 108 to win from 35 overs, 8 wickets standing. This should be Sunrise's game, but it's not how cricket works. Have a check on the scores elsewhere. See what's happening around the country. Nicely flighted, Fraser. This spell's going to be crucial to only hope that Diamonds have. Little short, little wide, cut away into the offside. That's cut away through the covers. Nice shot. Powerfully struck by Scrivens. She's on to 39, 85 for 2. A little bit short, a little bit wide, but nonetheless. Had to work that one and work it. Scrivens does. Good length. Not much Scrivens can do with that. Lovely bit of flight again. Scrivens forced to play respectfully back. Just that one ball dragged down with a little bit of width from Fraser. It was punished by Scrivens. 85 for 2 after 16. Right, those scores elsewhere. Central Sparks racked up 297 for 3 off their 50 overs. Century for Jones opening the innings before she was caught luff off Anderson. 130 she made. Freeborn 89 not out from 94. They were 39 for 1, 88 for 2. Perrin gone for 20, Campbell 10 at that point, but boy oh boy did they come back. Sparks 297 for 3 then. Western Storm in reply at Taunton 18 for 1. Nice more runs here, and it's going to be 4 of them. Grucock, her third boundary, she moves to 13 from just 8 faced. Diamonds under the pump here in the field. 85 for 2. Smell has 35 not out in that game. Luff 12 not out. Corney 13 court and bowl pots, the one to go. 18 for 1 then in the fourth, chasing 297. A lot of flight on that dugout. The Blaze hit 208 at Southern Vipers, that game being played at Arundel. Blaze 27 from Boyce, 40 from Kelly, 29 Higham. 208 all out, 49.5 overs, 4 for Lee, 2 apiece for Adams and Davies. Oh, now for something different there, Turner. She gets away with it, single to long leg. It was a looping full toss down the leg side. Indeed, that can bring a wicket if someone goes too hard at it. So just the single turned. Grewcock moves to 14. Vipers in reply, they've lost Adams for 14, Elvis for 12. Windsor's out there now with Southby on 33. McCorn have missed at the top as well. Gone for 9. Oh, a bolt. So slides that one through. So 80 for 3 now. In reply, Southern Vipers to the 208 of Blaze. Arundel in the last game to tell you of. South East Stars against Lancashire Thunder. Lancashire 250 for 8. That's Beckenham and the South East Stars 43 for 2. It's a nice little stroke from Scrivens into the onside, but pretty much the inside of the bat and a dot ball. Smith gone for 12, Hill gone for 18, Davidson Richards gone for 0. Chatley has 26, Moore has yet to get off the mark. 59 for 3 in the 17th, chasing 251 to beat Lancashire Thunder. Lots of fly on this again. Thick inside edge, squirts away down to deep backward square. South East Stars, the team of Kent and Surrey. Against that Lancastrian side, of course, Lancashire trounced by Surrey at the Oval in the 4-day game in the men's championship. All out for 177. From mid all out for 204 in the first innings. Surrey 222 from Burns alone. And they're 444 for 9 declared. Folkes 82. Strong Surrey side out in that one. Use the feet from Scrivens, didn't quite get to it, had to go a little inside out, but she's placed it nicely. 3 converge, they'll stop the boundary, but Scrivens will get back for 2. Oh, that's launched down the ground by Scrivens. 99 for 2. Scrivens moves to 48. Taking the attack to Diamonds here. Hands on hips. A quiet field for Diamonds. It's a long way back now. They're going to have to force something very special in a collapse now. Scrivens is on form today. Did offer that one chance up in the air. Keeper didn't quite get enough of the glove to it on the run. A little steer into the onside by Scrivens. No run on this occasion. 80 to win. We're only in the 18th over of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match at Chelmsford. Strong sweep from Scrivens. It's got through the fielder and they'll get a couple. It brings. Oh no, they won't. Grewcock sent back. They'll get a single to bring up the 100. It's not the 50 on this occasion for Scrivens. 49 for 41. The skipper now. Grewcock will have strike for the last ball of the over. That is the end of the over. 18 bowled, 100 for 2. Scrivens 49, Grewcock 14. Look at Scrivens' recent form. 20 years of age now, goodness me. Well at her feet. Formerly of Kent Women, London Spirit, Trent Rockets. England under 19. No doubt there's an England future ahead for Grace Scrivens. 20-year-old skipper of Sunrisers, leading them well in this competition this year. 200 matches, high score of 55. Sorry, 20 matches, 2 teams. High score of 55. Average 21, strike rate of 102. Solid strike rate again today. And there's the single that brings her 50. 62 balls. One 6, 5 4s, strike rate of 80. Another high quality knock from Grace Scrivens. She got 36 against the Brave after that 55 against Spirit a couple of weeks back in the 100. Now back in the runs for Sunrisers. Solid defence on that from Grewcock. And again, Glenn charged with trying to find a way through. They've got to break this partnership. They've got to get Scrivens, really. Surely we'll have her head down now for this innings. Let's try to see her side home to what could be a crucial victory. Oh, top edge. Flies fine. Wrong foot's the fielder, but they will just get a single. Deep third coming around fine. 102 for 2. Scrivens back onto strike. Yeah, I don't know if you could quite say the Sunrisers' victory ends Diamond's hopes. Still plenty of cricket to play. Just having a look at that table once more. Vipers top with 34, Diamonds second with 32. Not far from in their hopes really, would it? But Sunrisers will tuck right up. 27 for South East Stars and 25 Sunrisers. End of the over, 19 bowled, 103 for 2. So yeah, Sunrisers 5 wins, 25 points. Diamonds 7 wins, 32 points. So we'll really tighten things up. Avenge that defeat at York. Scrivens bringing up her 50 in that over. And the ball's being thrown around by the Diamonds now to try and find something different. Glenn just going for 3 off her first over. Nice flighted ball to begin for Marlowe. Opened well. Stand of 47 with Fraser, but it all went wrong for there. Rear end action, rear guard action for Diamonds, 40 off the last 2. Wickets. That's a nice drive down the ground from Scrivens. 104 for 2. She's on to 52. Let's remind Remind ourselves of how the other games are going today. Vipers the leader, Southeast Stars in third, the Blaze fifth, the other side of Sunrisers in fourth. So Vipers 88 for 3, chasing 208. Southeast Stars 69 for 3, chasing 251. Oh, that's past the edge. Nicely bowled. Excuse me. And of course, it is Blaze that Vipers are playing. So it's a game Sunrisers want both to lose. But 19-point Blaze, suppose they're back enough. It's leg side. Now, what does that come off? Oh, wide. Comes out of the keeper's gloves. Down the leg side. Deflects to the offside, but it had beaten the bat and the pads. Into the gloves of the keeper first before it went away. Behind the stumps. 105 for 2. Nicely worked by Grewcock. Gets it away wide of that long on. There's a deep mid-wicket coming around as well. They'll turn it into 2, and it's good running. 107 for 2. So yeah, Lancashire Thunder, they got 16 points, that little bit further back, so that's undoubtedly a game that Sunrisers and Diamonds will be hoping. But Lancashire Thunder can win. Keep you up to date on all those games as we go through the second half of this innings. We're approaching the halfway stage, 5 overs away from it, but goodness me, they're comfortably more than halfway there to the target at the moment. Nice little turn to the onside by Scrivens, can't quite get the power into it to get it through. There, the call. Tense this for Diamonds, but don't think it isn't for Sunrisers either. Scrivens to 4, or even Grewcock at this stage just opens an end. Extras don't help though. Otherwise, there were in the Diamonds innings a total of 20 extras, 1 no ball, 12 wides, 7 leg byes. In the Sunrisers innings so far. Well, that's only the 17th extra. That's runs though. A couple of them. Sweeper comes around. No, they settle on the single. There'd have been 10 wides in this innings. 5 leg byes, 11 wides I should say now. That's the 50 partnership, that single, 110 for 2. Very good. From Sunrisers. So where were we? 1 no ball, 11 wides, 5 leg byes, 17 extras in this innings so far. In comparison to the 20 in the entirety of the Sunrisers innings. That's leg side, it would have been a wide, but Scrivens tickles the single. 111 for 2. If my feet weren't already up, I'd be putting them up now. Still chatter in the field, and rightly so, should never give up. Nicely, gets through. timing of it beat the field, it's an extra bit of power. So into the 21st, 112 for 2. Wide signals. The extra count rises. The frustration. Of the Diamonds. It's too many at this stage. I've already met the number that, or nearly meeting the number. Sunrise has conceded. A catch on that one. Right, officially into the onside by Grucock. She's on to 20. Big part of this partnership. Another one. Well, it's off quite a straight line, which is what's excited the field. It looks like Sunrisers goes fine. Long leg, will, deep square will get around to long leg. A single taken. Grucock's on to 21, 116 for 2. Looking confident. Scrivens at the moment, little use of the feet. Oh, goodness me. Let's get back in the ground. Yes, no's and maybes. Everybody loves a little mix-up at the cricket. 116 for 2, Grucock 21, Scrivens 55. Well, in the final year of the regional cricket, could Sunrisers go out with a bang? Always been a entertaining side to watch, always had good matches. The results just didn't come to meet the performances. Discussed it with Danny Warren earlier. There was just always a moment. Got away time and time again. A wretched run for Sunrisers for a wee while, but can they go out on a high this year before it switches back to a county setup for the women's game? Slater's back. Sir Alistair Cook here, no time like the present for one of the main strike bowlers. Ah, straight past the edge. Beautifully bowled. Oh, they bring back their strike bowlers at both ends. Langston, 6 for in the game between these sides at York. Need each other now. Be a partnership. Try and break through.
Single worked away. It's a nice clip. Pick up a single. No one beats the bat. Single 20 over, 23 bowled, couple away from the drinks break here. At Chelmsford, 119 for 2, 70 away from the victory for Sunrisers with 7 wickets standing. Required rate down to 2.5. Should be very manageable from here for Sunrisers. It was always something of a modest target in a 50 over game. Collapse of 101 for 8, costing Diamonds dear. Very good bowler, the Crichton. Use the feet and as far as extra cover. Scrivens trying to find a way to get a move on here. Oh, now gone. Scrivens chips on up, taking it back with square leg. She's gone for 56, trying to get the move on in this innings, trying to get the chase going and get it done. They're well on the way. The skipper's given them a great step up here. 56 to her name, 120 for 3. I think the attempts to get going for Scrivens and really get going, perhaps giving a good idea of the battle. It's an outstanding innings. Should be match winning, should put her side in the position to go and take the win. So out to come to bat at number 5 is Villiers. Start with the ball, 4 wickets. Joint best figures for Sunrisers. .120 for 3. Drinks taken with the fall of the wicket. Good time to do so. Confirmation of the fall of the wicket. So Maddie Villiers joins Grewcock on 24. And 120 for 3 as they grab drinks.
Chance to take you around the scores elsewhere. In the Charlotte Edwards Cup today. Charlotte Edwards Cup. I stopped doing that at one point. The Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Rachael Flint Trophy, sort of named after her. Such a champion of the women's game. Lovely lady to boot. The pleasure of meeting a good few times on commentary over the years as a guest. Real star. A glint in her eye always. But a fair bit of steel about her as well, as there had to be, to try and force the women's game throughout the era that she did. Reaping the benefits of it now. It's a thriving game in this country. The domestic women's game. Producing some cracking matches. This one still might. With the fall of Scrivens, could change the tempo. We shall see. Video's off the mark, first ball. Fine cricketer, powerful player, strong arm in the fields. Brilliant off-spin bowler. Oh, it's swept fine. Nicely away for 4. Grucock on to 28, 1-2-5 for 3. Continuing our captain's work. Just a little too straight on that occasion. Sweep attempted by Villiers now. Trickles away off the pads. Oh, chipped. Just short. Villiers looking for the run. They've got to be quick. Throw goes into the wrong end, I think. Villiers calling Grucock through. Stroke nicely. Couple more. They tick along, even with the loss. Of Scrivens. Required rate now down below 2.3, 2.5 I should say, 2.39 it is. It's a single there. That's all I need to do is keep it ticking. Scrivens trying to get it done. Good time. Just a little bit short. Grewcock's been in long enough now to see that. Only a single though. Means the 25th over of the innings. Drinks taken with the fall of Scrivens, so on they'll plough at this point. Lovely bank holiday conditions here at Chelmsford. It's a nice sweep. Take two. Grewcock now ticking along. She moves to 34 from 37 deliveries. And away again. Fine. This will be 4 more. Sunrisers tick along to 137 for 3. 189 is their target. They are well on their way now. Grewcock's on to 38. And now another, a full bunger swept hard. Chase on here for long leg. Just the single on this occasion. Actually connected too well with that one. Oh, that's darted. It's through. See, that's got nearly through the legs then of Villiers. No wide signals. 2 to come of the over. That's worked nicely to mid-wicket. 138 for 3. That gets through as well for a single just wide of fine of the extra cover fielder. There's runs everywhere in that over. Monroe 1 for 22 off her 4 now. 8's coming off it. 139 for 3. Look at that required rate. It's down to just 2 and over. 26 bowled. Yeah, and put down. Mid-on not able to hold on. Oh dear. Levick into a 4th over. Was that the final moment? 49 to win. played, deftly done by Grucock. Just a single, moves to 40. Oh, it's crunched into the covers again. Yes, no. Throw goes to the keeper's end. Oh, it's tight and it's gone. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Disappointment for Sunrisers. They just survived the drop at mid-on. Villiers, a little use of the crease to find that room. Grucock had turned the other way. She wasn't ready to go at all. It was tight. The umpire's finger goes up. Let's watch Grucock. She turns away at that point to get back into her crease. Then she's called through. Through she comes. A dive would have saved her. Again, easy to say from here. 141 for 4. Grucock 4. She deserved a 50 there. It's an excellent innings with her skipper, Scrivens. I think chanceless from Grucock. Scrivens had offered 1. But out comes McLeod's joined Villiers, 2 relatively new batters to the crease. It'll just slow matters a little bit. Should still be Sunrisers' game. Now, Langston's back. Could there be a twist in this still? 6 at York against Sunrisers for Langston. Here she comes. Oh, well. Villiers may have the bit between her teeth now, having called Grucock through for that single. She moves to 9. 44 to win. One's away as well. And that one's away for 4 more again. Outstanding cricketer, Maddie Villiers. Old Duncan Fletcher mould. You have to be a 3-dimensional cricketer. Villiers is exactly that. Right to the bounce for a single, well batted. It's on to 14. 150 up for Sunrisers. They're 150 for 4 in the 28th. They are well on their way to another victory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And it looks like a big one as well, as we've been saying for this table. Oh, goodness me, that's another one. Carved away on the cut. It's a deep third fine. Won't get around to cut that one off. 154. 4-4. It's 35 to win now. Might have thrown any nerves with the fall of Scrivens and then Grucock. Villiers and now McLeod with her first ball. Calming those nerves. pace off, cut into the ground on this occasion. A dot ball to end the over. Couple of, well, 3 boundaries in there. Have settled those nerves, as you said, powered them along. And that is nearly going to be that for Sunrisers. Surprised only Warren with a change of position at the back of the commentary box here.
Yeah, you're escaping the sunshine. Can't hear me from that, but
We can just about hear you from that one. Here's Villiers on strike. And it will be a dot ball to begin from Levick. Have I given you enough room to sit down there? I had to escape. It was a last-minute decision. Back of the box. It's a bit cooler up
I
here.
think it's wise. Can you see? You can see more of the outfield up here.
Well, that's
actually.
true.
I quite like this.
I do actually. You're right. I felt the same thing. A dot ball pushed back. We're a row back. I haven't described it yet to our viewers. We're if you think of a couple of rows back, really, a little bit higher up here, and it's an awful lot cooler. That goes up in the air. It'll have to be a cool head to hold on to this one. If she gets there, she won't. Mid-off backing up. They're going to get a couple. And Sunrisers trying to get this done in a rush now. Villiers on to 16, 156 for 4. They're not there yet, Danny, so I won't put too many words into your mouth, but so far so good and impressive from Scrivens and Grucock.
Scrivens and Grucock was a brilliant partnership, wasn't it, from the 2 left-handers?
And equally the start at the Cordelia Griffith, I thought, batted well. Bowling from Langston in particular at that point, she was really tested, wasn't she? Some real pace and bounce.
Yeah, she was getting it through quickly, wasn't she? I was watching from side on, and it was coming through nicely. So she definitely troubled them. And look, while you've got quality bowlers like Levick and Langston in the game, that we've seen what can happen if you lose wickets in sets, and this is what we'll be trying to avoid.
On a surface that isn't the quickest, we've been saying all day, that's where the Langston pace could have made a difference on this one, but Scrivens as well standing up to it. I mean, you could see Griffith was taken aback slightly almost by the pace at one point. It was through quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was, and I think that you do want a new ball, a bit of pace. It actually helps you sometimes to score, especially with the power play in the first 10. So I think it's fair to say they've got themselves ahead of the game, which has allowed the likes of Maddie, Villiers and Lissy McLeod to come in here and set themselves up before they have to go and do anything too extreme. Obviously, you talked about cool heads. If you're under a high catch, we need some cool heads out there at the moment, and just play some sensible cricket. There's so much time left in this game, even if we want to get it done by the bonus point cut off. There's still so much time.
Short ball pulled away. Fine of mid-wicket. Long chase with a sweeper on the boundary, won't get there. It's well timed by McLeod, goodness me. A couple of boundaries to get her going, and she's timed them both sweetly. 160 for 4. Yeah, I was talking about that, to get this done in quick time. Just looking at the table. Net run rate for Sunrisers minus 0.16. Diamonds plus 0.499, so this will really swing that as well.
Yeah, I think almost more important, as I alluded to there, as Langston comes into bowl. Nicely pushed out to deep cover. Is you get a bonus? You get a bonus point if you can score the required runs within 40 overs. So while it's not the be all and end all, because 4 points is useful, 5 points would be very, very nice to take away from
Have they got the net run rate in mind as well, though? It could be a deciding factor.
It could be, but winning the game with a bonus point is going to naturally help it, isn't it? So, yeah.
It's pushed away. Hey, Scrivens really went after it, didn't she? It looked as though she was determined to get it done inside the 30, let alone the 40.
Yeah, I think she had something to go to, by the looks of it. But, yeah,
well, I wonder, was it? I could only assume that it was the net run rate as well, because you say it's comfortably. I mean, if they don't win it inside the 40 now, they're not winning it, basically, are they? It would have been that they've lost the game. It's the 40's there, but I just wonder. Well, I don't know. That was my suspicion. Stands up tall, so that should get a single.
I wonder if in some ways, obviously, you don't actually really know how a wicket's playing until both teams have had a go at it, do you? So I wonder if there is an element of, look, it's been out in the sun for a good few hours, it hardened up, it got a little bit quicker. They offered that pace with Langston and Slater up top. She played the game as she saw it, and it's got us into a really, really good position to hopefully get this over the line in a good time.
Yeah, those results elsewhere. Lancashire Thunder could be going nicely against South East Stars as well. Have a look in a moment. This one's short, hit up in the air, but safely down to long on. Checked the drag. Villiers on that one, moves to 18. 96 for 6 now. South East Stars chasing 251. So that would be a big win at the top of the table as well.
It would be, and I guess the ideal for us is that you keep the top 4 separate to everyone else. But if people are going to come into it, for us, we can only look after what we can do.
This is punched away down to mid-off. Yeah, there is that, I suppose. I guess I was thinking as much the home semi-final. South East Stars a 3rd, Sunrisers 4th. That's the end of the over here, 164 for 4. Vipers and Diamonds top at the moment, but Sunrisers will tuck to, 2 points behind Diamonds if they get this done in the next few overs.
Yeah, look, if I'm totally honest with you, I don't think we're too worried about that. Like, we know, unlike last year where we needed results to go our way, like, it's in our hands at the moment. We treat each game as it comes. Every game is as good as a semi-final, if you like. We're looking to get ourselves in that position, and that we know that we can beat any of these players. If we do get through and we get a chance to host it, we'll be at Radlett on the 7th of September, which is a ground we do know how to play on, and we've had some success in the last year or so there. But then you would welcome a chance to go and play anywhere, depending on who you're playing against, and you just want to go and put on a good show and do yourself justice. So right now, the only thing that really matters is the following 20 odd runs that we need to put on. I'm desperately searching for somewhere that's going to tell me how much without me having to calculate it, but that hasn't happened.
How many left to win?
Yeah, what are we on?
24 more to win.
24 to win. Target 189. I was just looking for it on the screen there. So, yeah, they're the most important things right now. We don't need to think about the 7th of September or even next weekend.
Little push back into the offside. Yeah, I was just double checking I'm free that Sunday, 7th.
Are you free? Good to know. Good to know. I can't believe you didn't have it in your diary already.
Oh, it's blanked off. Nobody can book anything that day. This is pushed away. Quick single taken.
It might actually be the 14th. I've given you the wrong date. The 7th. We're finishing the season off at Vipers. What are you doing on the 14th?
Should be all right. Should be all right.
Well, whatever you're doing, you're changing it.
Yep.
But as I say, the most important thing is the 23 runs we need now.
A little push into the offside. Well, that's assuming it's a home semi-final, of course, as well.
Definitely. There's a long way to go.
Yeah. Nice bit of flight on this once more. It's punched away to extra cover, no run. Yeah, so, as you say, it's the 4th against Storm at Radlett.
You joining us for that one?
Indeed, yeah.
Good to know. Yeah, that's our final home game in the regular season. Hopefully not a final home game for the entire season.
Yeah. And that's at Radlett, of course, on the 4th, as potentially a semi-final would be as well. There's a change from the Graham Goochen, Levick number 26 is replaced, and lovely little bit of flight right under the nose of McLeod from Fraser, back into the attack. 1 for 23 so far. McLeod darts into the pitch of this one, just dabs to the onside. 1, 2, 3, the required rate, with a dot in between the 1 and the 2, crucially. .3, the current, a really healthy score. Yeah, he talked about, would Sunrisers have batted first today? I'm guessing probably not.
Funny enough, we would have, yeah.
Would you?
We talked about it in the team huddle at the beginning, and we said, yeah, we would have wanted to take control of the game, go out there and bat. We felt it was a decent wicket, and our plan would be to put 280 on the board and make them have to work really, really hard for it. They won the toss and chose to do that, but we were also adamant that it didn't really matter either way.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure in this competition it does overly in many cases.
Oh, that's a lovely ball from Fraser again. Beats the edge. The one thing I'd say is a 10:30 start compared to a 2 o'clock start for the chase. They're very different conditions, aren't they? Especially this time of year. We're nearly at September. Bit of a green top out there. There was a little bit of swing early this morning, wasn't there? A lot of flight pushed back down to mid-off, and you see it so often. And indeed, even through August in the Metro Bank One Day Cup in the men's game, saw a lot of it with the 11 o'clock starts. Obviously the women's game wasn't played in August, but the regional game, that is, of course the 100 was, but the 11 o'clock starts compared to a chase at 2:30 in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, made a big difference on a few occasions. The conditions considerably changed, don't they, when you hit this later part of the summer, and it was quite a damp August at times, as you were saying, hoping for a long Indian summer. Oh, up in the air, leading edge, and taken this time at mid-off. Villiers won't be there to hit the winning run. She's nearly got her side to the victory, though. Falls for 19 from her 27th delivery, 170 for 5 as Villiers goes. I'm sure she'd have been desperate after the run out of Grewcock. A bit of a mix-up that one was. She'd have been desperate to see them over the line, but she gave them the jolt immediately after the fall of Grewcock, as McLeod has as well, to get her side to 19 runs away and very nearly there. Again, they'll just want to get it done. They perhaps, whether it was the net run rate, whatever it was, they've perhaps gone a little bit too hard, which has just made the end sticky, but it shouldn't change the results.
Yeah, and Flo Miller's built a bit of a reputation as she walks into finishing games off, and that's what we hope to see her do alongside Lissy McLeod. Maddie just trying to sort of hurry things along a little bit there, and she's got a leading edge that popped up. I think going back to morning conditions, I really don't know what it is that causes dew, but there really wasn't a huge amount of moisture on the foot when we were here this morning. Like some mornings we've turned up here and it's sloshing around, and you need to see them brush it off, but there really wasn't a huge amount. Like, it has been pretty dry of late. We've had a couple of cold evenings, haven't we, which might have led to it not being as wet out there when we started the game. I'm just trying to think back to walking out onto the pitch at sort of 9 o'clock this morning. It was pretty dry underfoot, and you wouldn't necessarily expect that, so I'm not sure that really played into the game today.
It is the driest county, isn't it, Chelmsford? Essex, driest county in the country.
They do say so, and we've been pretty lucky every time we've come here that we've been able to get meaningful cricket on. It's nicely cut away by Flo Miller, just behind square towards what we termed as the Miller boundary earlier.
I was talking to the head groundsman from Durham, Chesley Street, who was formerly the head groundsman at Uxbridge years ago, so you probably have known him. I've forgotten his name now, but oh, it's run fine. Nicely done, really delicately done by Miller. Late cut, runs it away, and it'll pick up 4 more for a side. Her first boundary, 176 for 5. They're nearly there, and Chesley Street, of course, is so far north. You often think of the rain, but actually, because of the east coast that it is, you get more rain in Manchester coming in from the Atlantic than you actually do on that east coast coming in.
It hits the mountains, doesn't it? The mountains, the hills, the Pennines in the middle, and tends to drop as it comes over there. So, yeah, I imagine that your head groundsman at Durham has some slightly different challenges to the head groundsman at Essex. But look, I take my hat off to any of the ground staff. They do a fantastic job to keep all of the facilities in this country.
Oh, it's through to the gloves of the keeper, end of the over, 176 for 5. That's the end of the 33rd. I'm just thinking they must be the 2 most easterly. Nottingham should be slightly in line with Essex and Durham, 2 most easterly. I suppose down on the very south coast, Canterbury's further east.
Yeah, Canterbury would be further east, but yeah, Essex Chelmsford can't be too far off, because you do go a little bit towards Suffolk as you come up here on the A12. But yeah, look, a big thank you to Stuart Kerrison and his ground staff, because they produce some crackers of wickets when we come here, and he has a lot of work to do throughout the year. They play a huge amount of cricket on this ground, and they manage it brilliantly to the point that we're here in August, and we've got a pitch that is playing as well as this. So yeah, thank you to them for all the work that they put in and make sure that it's possible to play cricket at venues like this.
Fraser from the Gooch end. This is pushed back up the track. 176 for 5, 34th over. 13 to win from 100 balls. Lots of flight again, and just being careful not to close the face too quickly and overcommit there, McLeod. Nearly that leading edge going back down the track to the bowler.
You're at a point now where you can wait for that ball to pounce on, can't you? You don't have to take any risks. You can just wait for them to miss their line, pick up the length and put it away.
Oh, it's tucked up a little bit. You should like the length of that. McLeod made the early decision to rock back to it. Just had to be very watchful. Wasn't far from the off stump. Single gives Miller the strike once more. McLeod and Miller, it's an 80s cop show, isn't it? It's a nice little steer.
And neither of them will remember it, so
Yeah.
you're okay.
I was going to go
by
70s,
a long,
but
long way.
yeah, horrible feeling that. 178 for 5, 34 overs bowled here.
I found myself once talking about the phenomenon of having to use the payphone at school to call your parents to tell them that you needed picking up at a certain time. The idea of 3 rings or anything like that, and had a load of eyes looking back at me going, what?
I was just about to say, how did you afford the payphone?
3
3
rings.
rings.
3 rings.
Nice stroke. That's the boundary for a single by Miller, who's to 8. It's only really been when Sunrisers have tried to really inject something into this that they found themselves in trouble. They've paced it very well and played it very well. So that's another little tickle. Round the corner, there'll be a couple here at least. Long leg has a long chase. I think they'll settle on the 2. But yeah, for the most part, there was that Langston burst at the beginning where she had an over in particular at Griffith at the start that I thought was exceptional, but really have played this well, Sunrisers. Just drops the bat onto that one, McLeod. Eases it into the offside.
Yeah, we talked before that it's once you get the pace of the wicket, you said that if you put the ball in the right area, make the batter do something.
Oh, now big stride from McLeod, or saver there.
And when the batter does try to do something expansive, that's where you've tended to get slightly out of control and out of your zone. So I think here.
Oh, past the edge again.
And the bowlers have done the job to give the batters a target where they haven't had to force too much. So yeah, you want to go after it. It's the way we want to play cricket. So there's going to be times.
Another one. Flows past. 181 for 5. Another 35th over. Let's just checking where the final stage this year.
It's going to be at Leicester.
It is Leicester.
I believe. I think,
there it is,
I
yeah,
think it was
Leicester.
Derby was the T20, the Charlotte Edwards Cup
Yeah.
was played at Derby, and Leicester is host for this competition. So
I remember covering a quarter-final of the old T20 Cup. Leicestershire, I can't remember the opponent. Doing it for TMS. It was a cracking evening, that was. A nice ground. It's an intimate ground, isn't it, Leicester? Good ground for the final, this competition as well. Oh, goes past the edge once more, Fraser. Just making it difficult at the end here. It's only 8 to win, 5 wickets standing. It's always nervous until you're over the line, isn't it? Oh, the swing and the miss. Miller trying to get it done. She falls for 8. 181 for 6. And I think what we're seeing is really the mark of just how good Scrivens and Grucock's innings were, because otherwise runs have been pretty tough to come by today. It's been high risk to get the runs. McLeod's still there, she's on 18. Sunrisers have played it very, very well, just limping a little as they head to the line at the moment.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? We talked about the period of the game before when Diamonds were batting and you're working out, do we stick, do we twist, do we take it on and go for a quick fire 20, or do we eke this out? And yeah, when you're in that position, you're trying to work out the best way to play it. You often get caught somewhere in the middle when you haven't really got that clarity. And I'd said before that Flo Miller's very good with the sweep shot, and she just got the wrong line there, unfortunately. But
Eva Gray really started things off this morning. She got the first wicket to go and bowled really well in her opening spell. So yeah, it's a big few weeks coming up with the final home game next Wednesday. Potential quarter semi-final a week Saturday. 2 weeks Saturday indeed, and then the final 3 weeks Saturday of this competition. Run away. Backward point has to give chase. I'll get a couple here. 5 to win for Sunrisers. Slide prevents the boundary. Fraser 2 for 31 now. Scrivens and Grucock would ideally love to be there, as indeed would Villiers. Get those winning runs, but this has been a solid team performance.
yeah, it's fitting if one of the bowlers can see us over the line. It was about a week ago that Eva Gray was sat at Lords with her pads on, ready to have to go into the highest of pressure within our environment. So she's probably slightly more comfortable walking out into Chelmsford, needing to hit 6 to win at the end of this innings. You've probably seen the video of her maybe slightly prematurely taking her gloves off and celebrating, and then realising that the ball was not sailing, but it was creeping over Champney Ishmael on the boundary for the 6 that won the game for London Spirit. But she was next to her, and I asked her on a scale of 1 to 10 how are you feeling, and she used a word that I can't say on here. Maybe a few words that I can't say on here, but she would have been ready if she was called upon, and I'm sure she's ready. Now she's walked out there to do the job for us as Sunrisers.
5 to win, 14 overs remain. 4 overs crucially, just to make sure of that bonus points.
Which unfortunately is probably playing on their mind now, because it is probably going to be really important by the end of this for getting that run right, that extra point.
Of course, that'll be on Diamond's minds as well, won't it? As that's right up there. Leg side, also a little bit of bat involved.
Katie Levitt's been here before, she knows what she's doing.
No run, square leg. Yeah, they'll know Diamonds, it's a point further away, but they can keep them. It's either you lose by 4 or you lose by 5. That's a bit short. Gets away with it. Dragged along the floor. McLeod was desperately keen to make sure she was over the top of it and didn't drag it straight to the fielder for a catch. They've got a tightly knit field at the moment. 5 walking in on the offside. So that's clip a little bit of pad on the way through. McLeod looks at the umpire. 3 up on the onside. There's deep mid-wicket back. That's the 1 fielder back now, isn't it? Deep mid-wicket. It's driven to mid-off. Good tumbling stop. Excellent fielding. Just trying to slow up Sunrisers here. Trying to get these 5 runs in now. 3 overs. It's a maiden from Levick at this stage, which is absolutely outstanding. 1 for 35. Field right up at the end. Keeping that pressure on. Game within a game.
Yeah, it's got quite exciting out there, hasn't it? And yeah, trying to work out. Yeah. Again,
do you want to go back to where you were viewing before?
I might have to. I thought I'd come up here for a nice little relaxed chat with you, Kevin.
I had my feet up when you were here. It was a stroll at that point.
Within your description of your new seating position, I didn't want to explain
exactly
how relaxed you were about the situation.
There's pictures taken of me everywhere around the country with my feet up when commentating. It's a long day to sit down. Got to get your feet up. Get the blood out of those feet.
It's like sitting on an aeroplane, isn't it?
Yeah. Bump ball. No, it isn't. It's gone. Gray chips it up. Gone at extra cover. She can't believe it. She drags herself off. 183 for 7. And they're just trying to get this done in quick time, but they're losing wickets as a result. McLeod's still there at the other end and going nicely. She might just have to get this finished, though, somewhere, somehow, get the job done, especially with that point at stake. There's still 2.5 overs to score the 5 runs. It really should not be a great challenge, I think. It further reinforces the point, though, about run scoring. That total of 188, 189 is the target. Collapse that they suffered. Good start that they had 47 for the first wicket, Diamonds. Then the collapse set in, which ultimately should cost them the game. Similarly for Sunrisers, the innings of Scrivens and Grewcock were pretty much standalone, although Miller and McLeod and also Villiers have played their part in getting this over the line. They just haven't been able to finish it, though, which will be a little bit of a frustration, but it is the oh-so-reliable Amara Carr. Coolest head around? Are there any cooler?
Well, if you're going to put 2 people together, I'd probably ask Lissy McLeod and Amara Carr to use their many years of experience to just find a way.
I mean, I often call her a nudger and a nerdler, but I don't mean that disrespectfully, because she's very capable of hitting out, isn't she, Carr?
Yeah, she just scores in different areas. Yeah. And look, she's a clever batter. She uses guile and touch more than she might do power, but she can hit a ball. She should be looking at where she can work this ball to.
And she gets it just straight mid-on for a single. It was in the air for a moment, toe end of the bat. Checked the drive. Quite a catch. It was only the bowler going across. He might have been able to dive for it.
Yeah, so now that is 5 to win, with Lissy McLeod back on strike. And
forgive me, I was saying it was 5 already, wasn't it? It's
well,
5.
I would have loved to have taken your 5, but
yeah,
I figured that
it's 5 to win now.
Yeah.
It could have given me a kick. Or just told me off on air. Oh, there's the pick-up shot. Scores a level. McLeod does go for the finishing effort. As he said, Danny, wait for the right ball. It was there on that occasion. It was into the slot. McLeod makes no mistake with that one. 1 to win. 188 for 7. So the bonus point there for the taking now as well. McLeod gets in behind that. I'd imagine everybody's up, are they? They've left deep mid-wicket back. I can't imagine McLeod will send one down the throat of deep mid-wicket, but you never know, she might drag it.
It's the position that I always wonder why you do, because what's a wicket? Like, I always wonder. I know it's there for catching, but I'm not so sure it's going to be needed.
We're just waiting to put one down the throat of deep mid-wicket now,
We
aren't we?
So
we're setting it up.
Yeah, it's the way it works.
I mean, I guess. I've seen too many go straight down the ground today, have we? It's a wonderful 6.
Pitch, has it, to be able to really trust behind there.
There it is.
Funny enough, we went along the ground to deep mid-wicket, didn't it, Kev? So if we brought that person in, then it might not have got over the line. But I'm a very happy person that they did leave
what a big
deep mid-wicket out.
What a big 3-wicket win. Second place Diamonds, Topples.
Yeah, revenge exacted for the trip at York, and I guess honours shared across the 2 games with Diamonds. It's been a really good game of cricket, hasn't it? It's kind of ebbed and flowed, and both teams have felt they were in it. But obviously the frustration that we let it get as tight as that at the end. But job done.
Pressure, isn't it? Tension.
We move on to Derby.
Yeah, pressure and tension. They play funny tricks, don't they? Especially at this stage, a point so crucial, a 5-point return from this game for Sunrisers, which is mightily important. And well, just pushing towards that home semi-final. We mentioned that game, South East Stars. Let's have one final check on that one before we disappear, because I'm sure you want to get away quite quickly. I'm sure you want to get over to the dressing room and see.
No one wants to shake my hand, it's fine. What we got going on around the ground, it's...
So South East Stars are 3rd. They are now... the scoreboard's gone backwards, has it? 120 for 7. So barring something quite brilliant from McDonald Gay, who's not out 11, and Stonehouse, who's not out on 4, the 8 and 9 together now for South East Stars. Lancashire Thunder set to wrap up victory in that. Vipers are 113 for 4 against Blaze. They still need 96 of 22 overs.
I think you're a bit behind there, actually. I've got one here that's 162 for 5.
Oh.
So they need 47 with 5, 47 or 13 with 5 wickets remaining. And as much as I'd love to reel them in, I'd quite like Blaze to be beaten so that we can keep a gap between us and the rest of the group.
And it's Blaze at Radlett.
It's Blaze in Derby on Saturday.
Blaze in Derby,
and it's
sorry.
Storm in Radlett.
Storm and Radlett, my apologies.
So,
Storm are pretty much out of it, down at the bottom now, so yeah, Blaze in Derby's going to be a big one, but
looks like Sparks will beat Storm today, so that will drag them back in. Like, I think, to be honest, everyone will feel like with a bit of a push, they might be able to drag themselves into it. So
Sunrise has moved
every
third,
game matters.
2 points behind Diamonds, 4 points currently behind Vipers, who could be in a little bit of trouble, you were saying.
Yeah, they're currently struggling slightly against Blaze. But Blaze go over the line, then they'll
I
be
guess the
getting
difference,
a bit too close for comfort.
the difference between first and second doesn't really matter. So yeah, you'd be happier with Vipers going on and winning that game and keeping Blaze away at a distance.
That's definitely my thinking at the moment, but we'll wait and see.
But
and
then,
when we meet again,
as we see
in a few days' time,
as we see, pressure though can
do
make
some
things
funny
happen.
things,
So
so-
maybe it needs a Blaze victory to be under pressure at home at Derby, but we'll see. Danny Warren, thank you so much. That was a wonderful game of cricket here at Chelmsford today, wasn't it? And I'd say overall you'd be absolutely ecstatic with Sunrise's performance. Obviously, just at the end there, trying to push on for those runs. They've lost a rattle of wickets, which can make things nervy. But it's a day that, from start to finish, I'd imagine with bat and ball, has been very, very rewarding for Sunrisers.
yeah, very professional, very clinical. Did the job well. Got ahead of the run chase. As we did see at the back end, it got harder to bat on the wicket. So, yeah, did the job that we needed to do, and bonus point win is exactly what we hoped for, and we'll move on to Saturday in Derby.
That's it. From Danny Warren and myself, Kevin Ham, we're both off to put our feet up now. We'll see you at the next one. Thanks so much for your company today. It's a 3-wicket win for Sunrisers. Thanks very much wherever you've been tuned in for this one. Do join us next time if you can.